All right, let's get to it. We have a big competition ahead of us, and lots to look forward to. This is Map Labs Mega Mania. This is our 21st challenge that Map Labs has ever hosted. If challenges were years, Map Labs would be old enough to drink in the United States. Unfortunately, I don't know what they would be drinking. Map Labs always kind of struck me as like a six-pack of beer out on the lake, fly fishing, you know, that type of thing. Not quite a bourbon on the rocks, please. Shaken, not stirred. Vodka martini? No. Okay. I've heard some mixed things about this competition, but I have done my best to not completely spoil myself. One of the mixed things was, I think one of the first couple entries was very heavy. I think we ran into some edict limits. Oh my god, that steam's going to drive me fucking insane. Let's just go. This is Talgar Complexe by Legoyan, and I absolutely have butchered the pronunciation of all of that. If this does crash, I know the workaround. We have to kill a bunch of sprites, probably. If it's not on this, then it's on a different entry. I don't know. But I'm fully prepared to crash. Press F to take photos. Boop. Oh, that's cozy. Well, no wonder we're running out of edict limits. We got fucking interactive kitchenware and shit. Bit claustrophobic. I feel like these doors should swing inward to the room, not into the hall for this reason. I mean, it's cozy. It's actually... Hang on a second. What are my graphics settings at? I think my graphics settings are on the basic ones, so I'm gonna just crank that hog all the way up. I don't really care too much about... use bloom effect when available, and crank up that field of view a little bit to 90. This is probably going to crash my game, because if this is the heavy map, I'm sure it's not going to play nice with having to reload everything, but okay, this is a little bit better. It's a little bit nicer, right? It looks a little bit tastier. Yeah, no wonder. I think we're running into edict limits. We're doing some like open volumetric something or others. Ooh, slippery. Well, this is... Wow, that looks a lot bigger on the inside. Oops. I tried to put my, my flashlight on. Take a photo of that. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool looking. I like that. I like big vehicles. I feel like I probably could have pulled in a little closer to the destination, but I digress. Oh man. I can't believe there's a fucking invisible wall there. I was fully expecting to just go off the cliff. Connect to the radio. Okay. Well, that looks fancy schmancy. Is that kit bench or is that brushwork? Looks like a little bit of both. Nice. Could do without the invisible walls. Yeah, just build it. Just build it up. Let me walk off the cliff if I feel like it. You know, let me either go past there for like a secret hidden thing, or I don't know. It's it's just kind of a micro frustration to a player to have an invisible wall. Okay, so this is the intended path. I swear to God, if this is gonna wall me off as well. Thank you. Thank you. Like if a player wants to jump off a cliff and die, let them jump off a cliff and die. It's part of the interactivity of the world and the choices that you decide to make when you lubricate every facet of your level like this. There we go. So you can die. Good. I was gonna say, when you lubricate every facet of your level... Oh, no autosaves? Wow. I mean, okay. I think I'm already kind of digging into, like, complaining about a lot of things. This intro was cool. There was a lot of detail put into particle effects, which a lot of mappers gloss over, which is really nice, I think. Let's still take a photo of that radio. And other cool stuff. Mappers tend to gloss over a lot of smaller things, but I feel like that's embraced in this level. Gotta connect the radio relay. I do want to see what's on the other side of this tunnel, because I have a feeling that this service access is what's going to get me down there. But what's going to be especially cool is if this is actually a completely different route, a different access point to the megastructure. That'll be cool. That'll be gnarly. That'll be wicked, even. Oopsie. Accidental Alt-Tab. Alright. I'm excited to see... Okay, this is a dead end, but this is nice. I get to see more of the level. I can see some stuff up there. Yeah. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. Woo. So I feel like the snowy displacements here could use a little bit of work, but I don't know if that's 3D skybox or if that's genuinely in the playable space. It's a bit hard to tell. The shadow of the bridge being cast on these trees makes me think that this is in the playable space, but these clusters of trees outside of it make me feel like this is a 3D skybox. It's a bit difficult to tell. This cutoff makes me think that it's all just playable space. I feel like you could definitely extend this with through 3D Skybox, and while it is pretty ominous and looming over here, I feel like you could definitely use... Yeah, you could definitely use the 3D Skybox to your advantage here by creating a more of a valley, maybe some hills, or even have the structure go fucking insanely tall past this point of it. You could just go, whoa, that's like taller than a fucking mountain. But I mean, so far your attention to detail here, I like your little radio relay contraption. It's very competent and it looks nice and it kind of sets a tone. It doesn't feel distinctly Half-Life, which is always good. I see a little bit of a seam in your displacements, but that's okay. We all get seams in our displacements every once in a while. Excuse me for a second. A bit of a dry throat. Hanzapu says, I kind of like it. Man, I didn't expect you to hang out around here, Hansa, but it's good to see you. We'll go down the suspiciously sloped platform. Oh, there's some car debris down there. I couldn't see it from above. That's a nice touch. I feel like generally speaking, slopes are kind of this would be a cool thing to put an Easter egg here. I feel like slopes are generally kind of slippery. Hansa asks, Mr. Redonkulous, do you still map for source or have you moved on? No, I haven't moved on. I'm still... I haven't opened up Hammer in a while. I've been kind of 50-50 between Unreal for personal projects and Source for the occasional prototype. It's like comfortable. It's like if you, I don't know, if you became like a painter, right? you're doing this like all these like fancy acrylic paints for nobles and royals, you kind of just want to every once in a while go like do a charcoal sketch of like a duck in a lake. You know, that's what Source is to me. It doesn't demand more of you. It doesn't ask that much of you. You can just do what you want with it and build a little world, bring it to life. I feel like I'm gonna have to tiptoe on this thing, but this is also really cool. Should I have this? Oh yeah, that's a good set piece right there. Boop. I like the photo mechanic. I don't know how practical it's going to be, but it does encourage the player to look at the level in a more aesthetic way, and it's kind of a self-gratification for the level designer to create. I'm surprised that wasn't locked. It's kind of a self-gratification for the level designer to create some beautiful vistas. This is locked. I see a keypad here. This is not locked. Well, now I'm placed with an interesting choice because it looks like I could either go through here or down below, but we'll see. Bullet casings. Something happened here. Really subtle. Really subtle. Oh, does this take me down to the lower part? I like this bridge, City Skylines 2 style. Yeah, I like this bridge too, all crazy style. I like the reduced geometry in this level. This is reminding me of like those like just sprawling Gary's mod levels, whether it's like an RP level or a sandbox level or something, and it just keeps going. It sprawls, it's non-stop. I don't even want to go down there right now. I kind of want to double back and see what else is in here. Wait, did you also make that one Mega City level? Fuck, what was it? Which one was that for? Was that Halloween Horror? I don't remember. Oh, this ends here. I feel like that's a bit of a missed opportunity because I feel like you could probably hook this up to the other entrance. I don't even know what's up. What's up, dog? Oh! Nice. Oh, shit. I wonder if those are flies or if that's some kind of corruption. Potential hazard sent to the turn. Okay, so now that the photo isn't so much an aesthetic appreciation tool, it's now a utility where you're supposed to see, or like investigate. I like that there's no clues to it. It's really just up to the player to explore. What is that? Okay. I hope the photos are unlimited because I'm gonna run out in like the first 15 seconds, I think. Does this hook back? This looks like this leads back up to the thing. I wonder if I can climb up on this. I can. But before I go there... Aha, that's locked. I'll go back to that vent. I just want to see what else is up here. I wonder if I'll be doubling back up to that position here. Yeah, okay, this doubles back here. Okay, so this is good. I'm glad that the paths are kind of interwoven with each other and that it's not a complete sprawl. Anyone else kind of notice that there's like an uptick in when mappers want to do oh. Okay. I'm gonna leave that open so that when I inevitably come back across it, I'll know. Also, it would really suck if there was like a drop down here. Yeah. Hamza says it gives me Portal vibes. I'm kind of seeing that a little bit. What could be cool is, I know the camera has like a flash function, but all it does is it just does a fade. What would be cool is if you also made it so that it flashes a projected texture in front of you for a brief moment. which would allow you to kind of illuminate some of those dark spaces and potentially identify some environmental hazards with, like, lethal falls or whatever that might be in this, in the dark spaces. That might be a cool utility for... Ooh, that's not good. Be a cool utility for, I'm gonna save, because I don't know if I can get back up here. I was gonna say it's a cool utility for, like, a horror theme. And I know there's other horror games there that use camera flashes as like an actual tool, but like this would be a good spot to identify. I'm kind of like hugging the wall a little bit so that if the vent kind of like splits, that I would be able to like kind of find myself. Oh, hey, wait, no, I remember this. This was the ramp from earlier. This leads down to the pipes. That was that big ramp staircase that if I kept going down, it would be a dead end, but if I went like a little bit up, it went to the previous sector with the bullet casings. Hansa says, Gmod horror maps be like, here's that stalker scream you ordered. That sound lives rent-free in my head. Big City represent. When Big City throws in a funny screamer trigger because the mapper thought it would be funny like 20 years ago, and Gmod ARG community members are like, what does this mean? Is the town of Big City haunted? It's so liminal. Didn't mean to do that. What is that? What? Aha! Valley of Brown, security officer. Okay, so that doesn't knock out all of the lights in the facility because there's adjacent rooms that still have their lights on. So I'm hoping that that's just a like a cute little interactive element and not. Interesting. This is kind of like a Metroidvania. A Metroidvania and Mega Mania? Ugh. This part reminds me of Dead Space a little bit. Alright. Alright. Let's give some rooms some purpose now. Now we're just kind of sprawling. I don't mind, like, the sprawl with, like, a bunch of industrial rooms. There we go. That's good. Jeff Lar. Ooh, maybe I can find everybody's key cards. Damn, this is a nice room. I like it. It's a little bit lacking in, like, detail, but the general form is there. There's not that many interesting shadows, but I can very clearly imagine that this was intentional because the sheer scale of the level requires you to minimize your draw calls and optimize your shadow maps and stuff. It's a kind of a shame I can't get into the kitchen. I feel like that would be a good area for detailing and a bit of a unique section. Wow, this whole room, minus that balcony, which I'll probably end up on later, this whole room is just for that key card, it appears. I think you left some things there from your... Yeah, it's okay. Hansa says, I love that there is just a huge dining room Harry Potter style on the side of the cliff. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. I like to see fucking goofy ass, unconventional rooms. Okay, I will leave the doors open for places that I've already been. That kind of makes the most. I'm afraid to go going down that corridor, honestly. These windows are broken. Yeah. I wonder if I should take a photo of it. Nice. Are these explosives? Or just generic crates? Aha! That goes down to where I was before. Glad I left that vent open. Damn, we got... we got underground parking, and then why we got outside parking? Is that for the interns? Okay. I really thought that the SUV kind of steered back here and slammed into the wall would be a useful photo, but that's just a nice little bit of subtle storytelling, I suppose. Somebody was urgently trying to get out of their parking spot. Hansa says, this is not criticism, I love it, and this is just great. I'm just glazing at this point. Hey, you're allowed to like things, you know. Don't let the cynical nature of the internet fool you into living an unhappy life. I'm gonna double check my, because hang on, I'm alt tabbing for a second because, never mind. I'm double streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and I still haven't quite yet like perfected it, so I have a multi-chat window up so I can hopefully see it when YouTuber accounts also chat here. I can see the Twitch chat just fine, but I'm still new to this whole multi-platform streaming thing. Okay, this parking garage is a bust. How many OSHA violations are in this place? It seems pretty OSHA compliant, actually. Here's the main entrance, which I'm surprised I can't take a... I would have expected the photos there to mean something important. The directionally challenged are gonna have a real fun time with this level. I'm also curious on exactly how many useful photos and potential threats are in this facility. I kind of feel like I'm playing Infra now at this point, actually. I'm like, that doesn't look that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. That's not up to code. I hope the useful photo was that and not that. Or maybe it was this. Okay, I want to go back there, but first I want to see what's down here. It keeps going. You can't tell me that's not a useful photo! Fuck you! Okay. I like the subtlety of this. I mean, all it really is just like the occasional blood decal and this and that, but it's a lot more haunting knowing that something strange has happened here. And even like the subtlety of like just like this light that fell off the fucking, like there's some thoroughness to it with the overlay and such. Ooh. That's not interesting at all. That's not an interesting photo. I hope there's some more consistency to this. Now, given that this door requires a pass, I might be overstepping my progression a little bit. I'm not entirely sure. I hear something. Do you hear that? I hear thumping. I hope it's coming from that room and not further in this sector. This is very SCP driven. That's cool. This is a cool little section. The whole fucking part of the room got tilted since it was shifted from underground movement. Okay, I think I'm really overstepping my progression here. Surely there's a way up there. Observation. Oh. There we go. There goes the crash. I knew this was gonna happen. That's okay. I'm just gonna have to kill off all the sprites. I heard there was like 600 some sprites. That the sprites alone are taking up like a quarter of the edict limit. Alright. Let's oh, I think okay. I loaded in I loaded up the fucking game and it crashed again. Curious. Okay. I have this weird problem with OVS where if the game crashes or closes or whatever, for some reason, I can't, like... I'm not able to, there we go. To, like, relaunch it. Or it's not going to get restored in OBS. It's a bizarre problem. Nevertheless, it's been fixed. God damn it. I hate that Steam sound. Okay, I'm gonna have to kill off all the sprites. I can probably reload a save. Yeah, nice. And fire EMG sprite kill. Okay, so this is gonna be a bit more difficult because I'm now in Delta Access. I'm now no longer able to identify most interactable objects, but I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Okay, I never saw what was back here. Let's check this out. Oh, okay. We've been back here before. I do want to go back up here so that I can take a photo of this. I don't recall any useful photos being in this terminal, or really anything useful being in this room. I'm kind of have to like speed run through the places that I've been to see. Well, yeah, I forgot about this. That's gonna be. Take a photo of a tram. Yeah, I'm. The definition of a useful photo is a bit vague to me. Because I'm not entirely sure what constitutes a useful photo. Because a tram is like, well, we already kind of knew the facility had a tram, surely, as opposed to like a lore-involved reason as to what happened here. Do I want to go in the hole? Maybe. Oh, wow.
That's all. Okay, so we will eventually be climbing. Fuck it, we will. Let's go down here. Was I... was I not supposed to go down here? Okay. Generally, when you see a hole like that, and it twists, it makes you think it's a tunnel. That's actually surprising to me that that's just not something you should go down. Okay. At least make it, like, kill you? Strange.
Okay, anyway. Yeah, we already went back that way. We already went down here. We're going to go down to the sewer. I think the closest way to the sewer is this direction. Okay, and there was an interesting photo taken at the second steaming pipe, I believe. Not this one, but the second one. I don't know why. I don't know why that's useful.
Maybe I can climb up onto this shack from this platform over here, and, oh yeah, there's also all of this that I have to go back through. Wait, I think I missed this section. I definitely missed this section. Aha! Delta. Ah! We're here now. Did I just hear a door close behind me? I think I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit. I didn't even take a photo! Whatever. This is where the tram would have taken me. There's like a whole other inside part of this place in the fucking guts of the facility. I think I took a photo. Actually, I don't think I took a photo of the tram. Maybe I did. Oh. You're just hanging out. Cool. That was probably the photo that was taken. Even though I didn't... Didn't know I could open that. Okay, so we're just straight up going into an SCP facility. I'm gonna close you back up. I got the feelings from all the blast doors and the other constructions there, but a little bit blindly. Exploring what you can, where you can. Making sure I can't interact with the control panels in these rooms. Okay, so this door was already open. That's a bit concerning. I feel like I'm just trying to take photos of a bunch of... Man, I just went from Delta to Alpha access. I didn't even go from, like, Charlie Bravo. Straight to the big leagues. Here we go. Hope I didn't need that crowbar I found earlier. That would kind of suck. That might be my quickest way down. Oh, it's the cameras clicking between. Okay. See if there's any critters that are coming out of these things. Probably should go on the observation first. Not an interesting photo, perchance. It's just, you know. Good stinger. Good stinger. Very, very dramatic. This doesn't... Okay. That is neither an interesting photo nor a potential threat or potential hazard. Oh boy. Okay, I don't want to go in there just yet. I'll have to remember where that leads, though. See you before? Yeah, I already saw this one before. I haven't seen. Oh, this is just a walk back. Gotcha. What I'm curious is if I gotta go through all of this, and then I should take a photo of the trampoline here if I haven't already. I see you can kind of back it up a little bit. Also interesting that one of the doors are broken or missing there. What was I trying to get? The last thing in the sewer. I was trying to get the last item in the sewer that was like a vent that was placed on top of a pipe, and I think I can do like a skill jump to get to it. Did I take a photo of this? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Oops. Far down. Saw that. that door too, and I was like, surely that's not my stop. It was in fact my stop. Okay, so I'm inclined to believe. I mean, I could either do like a bunny hop jump here. Maybe no. I still have to see what's over here, though. Man, these levels take me a long time to do because I wanna explore every little nook that there is on it. You're not gonna let me. Oh, that'll work. Ha. This is gonna be fucking long. Okay. A little bit of patience never hurt anybody. Okay, so I'm inclined to believe that this is just an SCP facility that got overrun. The goop is only one of the problems, considering that I've seen that weird blood-stained briefcase. No, please, no, please. Please, let me in! There we go. What? It's all fake? I can't believe it. That's so upsetting. You can't just do that, you know? You can't just put a vent there in a map full of so many switchbacks and then just be like, yeah, by the way, that's a fake vent. It doesn't actually go anywhere. Kind of the same thing with like brush doors. Like there's a time and a place for it, but when your map is completely focused on that's a very spotlighty spotlight. When your map is completely focused on the concept of exploration and sprawliness, it's kind of are you fucking kidding me? Why would you take me all the way here with this vent here that doesn't go anywhere? There's no reason for it. You could just end it here. Just like have like a nice little vista and then maybe have it oh, this is okay, I see. Okay, I see now. I see this is for players who went to this catwalk and then they came down here, right? And they're like, okay, well where do I go here? No, that's dead end. You shouldn't have made that a dead end. You should have made that just like a loop back to this vein. And then this would allow players to go back through the sewer and grab that photo on the way back. I understand that, but just don't do dead ends that don't offer anything in levels like this. You know, one could argue that they're a necessity for. Oh, I don't think I ever gotten through here. Aha! I forgot about this. I do find it strange that this is not a photo opportunity, though. Unless maybe I'm supposed to press interact on the skull to grab the crowbar? No. Okay. But yeah, dead ends in a map like this, no bueno. It just feels like the player wastes a lot of time. At least have it switch back, or give them a nugget of something to at least feel like they've accomplished something that it was worth their time. Because a dead end in an exploration map not only feels like a waste of time to the player, but it also makes them feel like they went in the wrong direction or did something bad on like a subconscious narcissistic level, you know. Well, I think that's it. Maybe the tram goes further, but I just kind of want to see what Omega has.
World's fastest elevator. This architecture makes me feel uncomfortable. I feel like there's going to be monsters that come out of it.
This looks more like a shrine than a scientific room. Alright, let's go down, I guess. Okay. Let's see if Redonk knows the way back. Snap some more photos. I think I know the way back. Nope, this is not the way back. This is the way back. Oh yeah, we're making good time. We're making good time. That's a nice touch, though. I do like the manic sprint back through the labyrinth, hoping that you remembered the way. I can see this difficulty scaling based on how directionally challenged the player might actually be. I hope I have to make it. I hope I don't have to make it to the fucking relay in that time. I hope I just had to leave the facility. It's gonna be a bit of a blunder if I have to make it all the way to the relay.
Oops. This place will be the shelter for after everything I found? Music by Protector Civil. I don't recall there being any music in this. Oh no, there was the stinger at the goop room. Okay, well that was fun. I liked that. It was a lot of sprawling. I think it could have benefited from being a little bit more atmospheric, maybe with some like exploration music and like a puzzle or two. It really just seemed like walking around, maybe going through events, and that being it. I feel like you have ample opportunity to engage with the player more. And also, I was actually kind of expecting like a whole other half of that facility back there across the chasm. To really thoroughly explore the facility, but it was still good for what it was. It really just, I wouldn't say it's a slow-paced exploration level, but it's one of the more laid-back ones. It's interesting that there's no combat involved. I was kind of expecting something to happen at some point beyond just the lockdown, and even then the lockdown kind of came as a surprise. I'm sure this is a result of just coming close to the deadline, but a lot of rooms kind of felt boxy and underdeveloped, especially the connection room, the relay connection room where you start the lockdown sequence. It feels like that it was just kind of tacked on, and I was kind of expecting it to be closer to the roof as you ascended the facility and not going deeper into the facility. I think with a little bit of more time, you probably could have been able to explore both. Like the depths of it as well as getting close to the roof. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you kind of took a Metroidvania approach of like some things on the roof are restricted. You have to have like a certain tool or access point to from the depths to go back up to the roof, and then you have to go find something on the roof that gets you back to the depths or something like that. I feel like there's some opportunity there for you know, some interesting gameplay there. But I mean, for it being a laid-back exploration level, that was pretty well made. Okay, moving on to Piston from Mr. Tim 1324. I don't think I've ever seen this entrant. I don't think I've ever seen this entrant enter anything before. So this is all new, all fresh and exciting. Reminds me of Portal a bit. It does seem very alien to me. The flare is nice, but I wish I like maybe I don't need it. I like the occasional blocks popping out of the wall, but I hope that these walls do something more. Fucking believe what I'm seeing right now. That was a nice organic, like, trap. Oh, the flare starting to die. I like it, very dynamic. Green. That's an assault on my eyes. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of warnings about... Oh, physics door, hello. I'm seeing a lot of warnings about, between the blood splatter on the block and this and that it can and will crush me. Oh, and now I've walked into Half-Life 2. Expectations there. did you give me dual pistol and ammo and health and a crowbar if I was...
Was that all there was to the level? Yeah, that was all there is to the level, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. I guess I was expecting more? I mean, by the time you get the crowbar, you can. I'm just curious. Okay, now you can't. Okay. I guess I was expecting a little bit more from that. I mean, it was a really cool premise. The dual elites were an interesting choice, but I feel like that could grow on me as like a stylistic element of it. The dynamic of like going through the level and it kind of shifting you around and forcing you in a certain direction is cool. It reminds me a little bit of Portal 2, but it's a little bit more brutal and dangerous. I liked the subversion of expectations when you're crawling through the vents and you were kind of just hoping to get a bridge across, and then the bridge itself moves you across and you go somewhere else. It was cool. It was cool. I hope to see more of that in something. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. No, it was cool. I liked it. Yeah. Not much else to say about that. I don't really see the point of giving the player weapons if they don't get used, but maybe there's something I'm missing. On to Nightmare World by Elent.
Hipple Fat says hello. Hello. Arctic Snowpup says hello. Arctic Snowpup says hello. I didn't read that. I'm going to reload the save. And Heppelfett says, Chekhov's gun, wrong. Yeah, the inverse of Chekhov's gun. I hate night shift. It's really a suffer. I shouldn't take that at first. Next time I'm going to unless the boss wants me to do that. My mic is very quiet. Oh, well then let me up that bad boy, lower the game volume a little bit. There we go. All right. Finally, back home now. And I can just turn around and leave, and that'll end the level, right? That is a fucking high quality mailbox model. I've never seen this before. Was this custom made? That's strong. That's like, or that's not strong. That's very whew. Okay. Can I go further upstairs? No, it's blocked by a piece of furniture. Nice, got a little bit of atmospheric fog. Cool. Some stuff, I guess. 3 different door textures here. My bedroom should be here. Supply crates. Maybe I can open them. Also, for those of you sticking into the stream, you guys should stay tuned in, because I got a little bit of a surprise for you at the end of the stream. That sink is up to my chin. I can be guzzling water all day from that bad boy. Judging by the time on the stream, I'll bet that first map was about an hour or two. Lol. I think it took me a while, but just because I wanted to be thorough. Like, whenever I saw something get doubled back on itself, and there's somewhere I didn't go yet, I just wanted to see it. This is a fancy bathroom. It's got the fucking thin double doors. It's got a bookshelf in your bathroom for all your bathroom reading material. I like the colors as well. It's got like a nice warm here, a nice orange, and the bathroom looks cool but not like sterile. Really good choice of colors for the lighting. And I wonder if these curtain props are also custom, but the self-illumination on them makes it look great. And whatever weird frosted glass shaders on that door. Yeah, I've been liking these entries so far. The mega structures are definitely mega structuring. Really awoken by 300 kilobit thunder. Ooh, it's blue out. I can see outside now. That's cool. Man, this translucency effect is cool. I don't know where these curtains are from, but that's actually like a real nice effect. TV's on. I didn't turn it on. Yeah, look at that. I mean, with like a little bit of like glow and maybe like some ambient light to kind of cast like a bit of a bleed on the wall, like that's gonna look real fucking cool. Making sure nobody touched my shit in the kitchen. Man, okay. We're purple now. It's also deathly silent. There's not a single sound being played. Okay. Can I go once I get a fucking weapon, I'm going back to my apartment. Oh my goodness gracious. Gonna say once I get a weapon, I'm gonna go back to my apartment, but I think I'll Hello. Nope. Nope.
I got one!
Then going back to my apartment, getting that supply crate. And if it breaks and gives me nothing, I'm actually going to be a little bit upset because... Yeah! Grenades! Woo! A grenade. Got custom hands. You know, it's a new map-based feature. Whoa.
Got one!
Did I get one? I did.
I got one!
He's just really enthused about his kills, and the question is, do I go up? Can I go up? Nope. Interesting choice to give me a ladder and not being able to interact with it. Like, what would even be the harm in that? You could just go up to the roof and maybe get like a little extra collectible or something. There used to be a delay in these voice lines. I don't know anything about the map-based protagonist system, so I don't know if it's a one on every kill or what. These are all Left 4 Dead cars, so maybe that mailbox is from Left 4 Dead. But there's also like some Counter-Strike props? Yeah, because this is from Nuke. And this is from Assault. I think. Oh, I'm not done exploring here yet. Nothing quite hits like that 90-degree road turn. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, the colors look nice. Like, there's like a lot of effort done to make the colors really stand out. Is this? I can't tell if that glass is bulletproof or not. I wonder if I can
this med kit.
Here, have a med kit. Oop. Nice. Oh, that's pretty. Wonder how you do that. That's a cool effect. That's a really cool effect. How do you do that? Is it just an animated sprite texture? Because it feels like it has parallax. That's cool. That one, it looks a little bit weirder though. That looks nice. Oh, I guess it's just a brush. Ah, yeah, it's just a brush. It's like a spherical brush. Okay. That's still a really cool effect, though. Okay. Empty pitch black room. Man, these lighting effects look super cool. It's just... they could use... I don't know, I feel like there's like a little disc at the bottom here. I think like that could just be like stretched down to the bottom and make like a foggy floor. That would be pretty cool. I'm gonna press everything. Push all the buttons. Got it. So the bulletproof glass is bye-bye. Ooh.
Got one! Like that!
So what's the deal with there's a lot going on here. It's a little bit hard for me to comprehend. Are we in the megastructure? This just feels like a standard level. I mean, I saw the megastructure at the beginning, but I thought I was like on my way to get to it. Can I go up that elevator? Can I? There's so many fucking ways for me to go. I'll go through there. Making sure there was no like weird hidden vent behind that. Well, I don't want to go in the elevator because I feel like that's going to be a one-way thing, but... ah, this just loops back here. Okay. Okay. Nice. We're going up. Okay, so maybe we are going to the megastructure. This is good. See, that looks nicer. When it when it stretches all the way down to the ground, it looks nicer. I mean, it could still be like spread out further and maybe have like another like smoke volume or something along the floor to kind of give it that like that dramatic kind of like fog machine stage floor look to it. The effect is kind of broken when you walk directly into the lights, though, and smash your face up against the volumetrics.
Cover me while I reload.
So this is something this is something I want to talk about with designing combat spaces. Is
gotta reload.
When you open
Cover
up
me
the door
while I
and
reload.
there's a whole bunch of enemies waiting for you.
Gotta reload.
There's nothing
Cover me while I reload.
encouraging
Cover
the
me while I
player
reload.
to engage with the combat space that you've designed with the cover systems and such, because it's just safer to be where you were when you started the encounter. When you open up this door and you see enemies here, and the door's open here, you don't know what's on the left or right, so your first instinct is to back up into cover, and then just use this bottleneck so you have more control over the situation. And if an enemy rushes you, it's usually just only one at a time, so that's you have more control over the situation here. So what I usually recommend to people when they're making, especially combat scenarios in Half-Life 2 with Combine or Metrocops, is to pull the player into the space first. That doesn't necessarily mean that he drops down a one-way hole and then there's a bunch of enemies there waiting for him and there's nowhere for the player to go, so then they have to engage with the combat, but at least draw the player into the combat space first so that they don't just run into an enemy ambush, and that they have a little bit of selection and autonomy on like which route to take. Maybe they're presented with like maybe there's like a wall here, a concrete wall, and then like this whole arena's cut in half by just a big wall right here, and there's maybe like a doorway. Oh, fuck. Hey guys, hold that thought.
Cover me while I reload. Gotta reload. Got one. Like that.
So maybe there's like a big wall here, maybe it's L-shaped or whatever, or there's like a window here. It's just so the player is like more in the space, so that by the time he engages with the cops, he's like here or here. Honestly, if it wraps around so that the player, like there's like a doorway here, and then there's a wall that goes around here, and a wall, maybe like a window here, and then a doorway here. By the time that the player actually engages with all the cops here, he will either be here, which gives him cover to go like around here, maybe around here, or the player will be here at the window, and then they can choose whether to push forward into this kill zone, and this is an advantageous spot for the player because he knows that there's only going to be cops here, here, and here. There's nothing going to be behind him. Or the player sees through the window here. They can either jump through the window, or they can go back here and then in through here as a flank as the cops kind of start to cluster up around here because they're trying to track where the player is at. So, but to just open a door and then here's the entire arena, you kind of just drop the player in an unsavory scenario where they're not engaging with the cover that you've thoughtfully put out here. Yeah, the Metro cops kind of are with the sheet metal and the boxes and stuff, but the player has nothing. All the player can do is push forward, but they don't know if there's 30 cops here. They don't know if there's 30 cops here. They don't know if there could be like a death pit over here for all they know. So they're not going to just walk in here and then go, whoa. They're gonna walk in here. They're gonna see 7 cops and they're gonna go, whoa, no, fuck that. So, long story short, just give the player something more empowerment. Having cover for the player is equally as important as having cover for the enemies. And give the player more tools to navigate around the space. Something else I'm noticing, which I don't know because I might be coming through those doors later, is this whole upper platform is inaccessible to the player unless they like expose themselves by climbing up on this shit. What you could also do, if we go back to my idea with having the wall here, is you could even include a doorway here that has like a stairway that kind of doubles back up to the upper part, so that the player has a third option. Instead of being option 1, 1.5, and 2, it's option 1, 1.5, 2, and 3. They could go for a flank, and then they would have an advantageous spot to shoot down on the cops. It just creates a more dynamic combat situation. You should always be thinking about the different ways that a player and enemies can move around the level, especially in the first few seconds of combat, because those first few seconds determines a string of strategies and choices that the player has to make for the rest of the combat scenario. And when the player is stuck behind a bottleneck, because that's the most advantageous point in the combat situation, it kind of just leads to the player staying there the whole time and waiting for the enemies to funnel in. You can see where the bodies are here. I didn't engage with the space as much as I could have. Okay, this does double back.
Take this med kit.
Okay, so maybe those enemies waiting for me behind the garage door were actually from the top, and no, because the door was closed. I don't know. But even then, if you want to count this whole like ring-shaped thing as its own combat space, you totally could. You could have the player open up here, and there only be like maybe not even any enemies at this point. Only maybe when the player gets to like about here, that maybe there's like some more cover and there's enemies here. But now the player has to choose if they want to go here or if they want to push forward. But now that they're here, they have all these options for cover and retreat and maybe setting up their own ambush. You gave the player slams. That would be a great spot to use them here. And simultaneously, you could have Combine come up and try to flank the player on the upper level. And maybe even using the staircase idea here from before, since this all wraps around, the player might go here and be like, oh shit, I don't want to do any of that. And then maybe on their retreat, they're like, wait, there's a doorway here. There's a doorway here. They're probably connected, so they'll go up here, do a little flank, and there's so many more options for the player to choose. Combat spaces are really important, especially when you're fighting Combine. This is better.
Uh-oh.
I'm gravitating here because I feel the most empowered in this position.
Look out, Freeman! Hit that! Uh-oh. Like that!
So, that's a little weird. I'll talk about that later. So, obviously the trigger was that enemies will spawn in through here and through the windows. It would have been cool if enemies spawned in maybe like a little bit from here, but this is unused space. Maybe enemies could have filtered in through here, or you could have moved this container over here, like away from the wall, so that the player could go through the container as a flank instead of you're kind of forced to go left, because this all looks like cover that you can weave between. You have more control here as opposed to getting stuck here. There's nowhere else to go if you're stuck here. I mean, it's good that you at least allowed the player to have some cover to split so they can choose either going this way or this way for engagement. Oh, hello.
Have a med.
But it still would have been cool to have more options, because this is really the only option that a player could realistically choose. Unless they really want to cheese it, then they could fall back and do this again. But I'm not too concerned about that because of the space between this and the cover. I feel really safe from this obstruction, and I can tell that enemies are going to be coming from here because the doorway is tall enough. I can see generally where they're going to be coming from. And then I saw some supplies here, so I'm like, okay, I'll gravitate towards here. And then by this point, I had some enemies here, some enemies over here. There might have been an enemy on my flank here, but ooh, you covered that pretty well with an explosive barrel. That's nice. This was more thoughtfully designed than the last encounter, for sure. Looks like I'm gonna come out of that soon. I do think it's a little weird that this gate just opened up after the combat was done. There's really no reason for that. You could have just left that gate open because this is all exposed. A player is never going to go up here and try to open the control room and stuff while actively getting shot at by like 3 cops. You could have just left that open. The shadows are nice here. This kind of all of this like noise here between the shadows and like all this kind of points the player towards this control room. This light splashing on there, it all just clicks for me. Where I'm probably gonna find a button here that'll open up that gate, and yeah, it's all presented very straightforward. Well, maybe I'm not gonna find a button that opens up the gate.
Cover me while I reload. Cover me while I reload.
Union, bolt unit deservice. Remaining units contained.
Okay. I was trying to use the slams a little bit. We run into another situation where the player doesn't have that much autonomy over how to tackle this combat space, because when you cross over into this lane, every enemy sees you And yeah, there's a couple turrets that are locking you down, but the turrets aren't even really that useful because this is such a thin lane of, it's such a thin field of view lane. It doesn't really matter that turrets are locking it down because I can just take cover, peek, do whatever, and then go back into cover. Or push up, grab a turret, throw it over, go into the next set of cover, grab a turret, throw it over. The placement of the turrets here aren't particularly impactful. And then, as you can see from the corpses, every single enemy just rushed me down this bottleneck. I was hoping to use a slam, then maybe going around so that an enemy could, like, try to follow me, and then he would hit the slam, and, you know, I would feel smart about doing that. But this is another situation that could have benefited from another flank route. The player just having awareness, generally, of where the enemies are, instead of just stumbling across into the field of view of all of them. I suppose you could kind of just, like, shoot the window here and do, like, a jump through, but this doesn't really solve the problem because this door just goes to the same point. It would be probably more impactful if it wrapped around this room, and maybe this was a door instead, and maybe fed all the way around. I don't know. There's just no flank routes. You just have to tackle everything head on. There's just one way to fight these enemies. It's not particularly engaging. And because of this bottleneck and me taking my time, there's a lot of this unused combat space that I could have done. I could have made use of this other one, and this corridor doesn't seem particularly useful. It's probably where you spawned a bunch of enemies, but still, like, it could be shorter. But yeah, like a flank route here that goes from here to there, or I don't know, something. The windows are a nice touch, so that, you know, you can engage through between rooms and kind of use it as like a little escape route. It's not quite there yet. It's very claustrophobic, which, I mean, is accentuated a little bit by the shotgun, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot left to be desired on that encounter. And I keep getting slams. I can't use the slams because every time I'm in a combat scenario, I'm already at a disadvantage. I don't have time to put down slams. What happens if I go up instead of down? Oh. This looks like an opportunity.
Civil protection! I got one! Ow! Got one!
Okay, so I think 2 SMG grenades and that whole combat encounter is over. Okay, so big open space, nothing here. This would be a good combat space. I do like the ability. I probably skipped and did the unintended path, but the trigger was there, so you definitely designed for it. Dropping down into this space is a perfect opportunity to get the player to do something combat-wise. You could have something over here. I don't know. I don't know if it would be enemies or what. Maybe it would be a wall. I don't know. A wall wouldn't work because you're on the fire escape. It could probably be like a combine gate or something here, or I don't know, something. But this is a good space to use those floor turrets because there's a wide angle of coverage for them, and they become a formidable opponent. And then you could maybe do something back here as like access to the next area or something. But, you know, turrets here, maybe some like APCs and cargo containers and stuff here. You can maybe go through a cargo container to evade a floor turret perched up at this advantageous point. Okay, this is the second time I've unlocked something that takes me back to a previous part of the level. I'm curious if I'm going to be put in a position where I have to run back through the level. That's a nice touch. I like that. How good this will be remains to be seen. Good spot for a goodie, but none was placed. I wonder if I can go down here if it's going to be clipped off. Clipped off. Yeah, again, big open space. The enemies are going to come in through here. The only cover I have is either here, where they have to push me, or here, where it's open. Also, this is a brush cargo container. You could just remove one of the doors on each side here, and then you already have a flank route. So just put like a stack of crates here to divide the space a little bit. Player can choose to either go right for a more aggressive play, or choose to go left for a safer flank. Strange door trims. Oh, these are some nice touches. I like that. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Also, where's the megastructure? That's a factory. Are we on the megastructure? Is the megastructure just like the world that we're standing on? No, the megastructure's there. The megastructure's there. Okay. So we still haven't gotten to the megastructure yet. I feel like we're halfway through the entry and we're still not in the megastructure. Okay. Let's get some arsenal upgrades. That was good. That looks luscious. Lush, right? Fuck. Very abstract. It's interesting. Okay. I hope we return to that. It's hard to tell what glass is breakable and what's not. Oh, this is nice. Clean. Tonal shift. I think I heard the click-clack of somebody on a mounted gun.
Combine! Like that! I got one!
Okay,
gotta reload. Gotta reload.
This flank,
Cover me while I reload.
Almost worked. This being here at this spot in the arena does nothing. Just push it. Just push it past the emplacement.
Take this med kit. Take this med kit.
Just push the. Oh my god! I can't. There we go. Just push this door past the emplacements so that you can take care of this guy, and then when you're there, you now have control over 2 lanes in the combat space. Backup came in through there, so then you'd have an advantageous point to use the gun on the backup. It would just flow so much more naturally to push this back to here. So you have this main lane under control. And then if someone decides to flank you on the left or right, yeah, you'd have to be off the gun, but that's a fair trade-off for having a very powerful mounted gun.
Take this.
What? Oh. I guess I have to press that. A little sprite there could be a little bit helpful, because this whole room is red. Okay, that opened that door. Anyone? Okay, again, it's a missed opportunity. You could have had backup come in from behind there, because the player would already be walking out. So when they press the button, activate this trigger, when the player steps into this trigger, enemies start spawning from like over there, maybe over there, and then boom. You get to use the thing that was used against you. It's satisfying. It's a nice loop. It's a poetic like cycle of overcoming this obstacle, and now you get to use it. But with the way this arena is designed, it's an obstacle, but you don't get the satisfaction of using it on your enemies. And it's not about forcing the player to use it either. It's about giving them the option and kind of guiding them into that opportunity to make them feel like they made that decision on their own. But as it currently stands, I'd have to go really far out of my way to use that, and even then, since enemies aren't going to be here, they're going to be up there, there's no point in me using the mounted gun. Okay, ammo, cotton balls. Ah, that's for the puzzle. Got it. Oh, but that's open. Maybe I have to go in here next. Okay. This is good. Please don't tell me every single enemy spawns in that door.
I got one! Cover me.
Thank you.
Ah! Like that? Here.
Okay, this is good. This is good. This is probably the best combat encounter I've seen so far, even though there's only 2 enemies. There's a lot of cover here, but not, and there's a lot of cover and a lot of crates here, but not a lot of enemies, which is concerning me. So I'm gonna hold off on breaking supply crates until I know that there's gonna be more enemies in this space. It's a secondary way up. Cool. It's a one-way drop, hold down. Nice, okay. And this is also good because if there's going to be a lot of enemies here, now I, as the player, have a mental map of the area, so I know how to deal with problems when I come across them. So I can like go down this way if I wanted to. I can go down the main stairs. I can go down the hole in the wall, or the hole in the floor rather. There's a lot of options for me to take here. Okay, there's the button. Move things. I didn't expect those guys.
Cover me while I reload. Cover me while I reload.
That's it? No, there's more.
I got one! I got one! How do we... Cover me while...
Nice, that flowed really well. I think I would have changed it so that I fought Combine soldiers first, and then maybe a hunter came in down here somewhere. and then after a while, another hunter will spawn in later, just to kind of pad out the threats. I hear another one. Let's see. Another thing when you're designing multiple waves of combat is that it helps to, instead of waiting for the very last enemy to die before the next wave comes in, you can just spawn them in when you're down to like the last like 2 or 3 enemies. Because otherwise you're kind of awkwardly waiting around for them to spawn in. Or you're like hunting down the last guy. Still, combat space. Where are you? He just SMG grenaded my fucking chin. Oh yeah, I hear a hunter. Nice, good. Forget what I said about that earlier. You're gonna get a good sense of that.
Reload. Cover me while I reload. Here, have a med kit. Take this med kit. Cover me while I reload. Uh-oh. Watch out! I got one! Gotta reload. I got one! Here, patch yourself up.
Nice. Yeah, that was good. The supplies being spread out was good. The player had a mental. This was probably the highlight of the whole map. The pacing was well spread out. The side rooms are really good to relieve pressure and kind of give the player a moment to not only like resupply, but to get back to what they were gather their thoughts. Enemies had ample cover. The player had ample cover as well. This was probably the best designed room and encounter in the entire level so far. This is all just splendid. The enemies didn't feel overwhelming. It didn't feel like kitchen sink combat, but they also felt pretty well spread out and formidable. A good mix of everything. Some SMG guys, some AR2 guys, some shotgun guys, and the occasional hunter. It was all just very well paced, well spread out. That was excellent. And now we get to open the main door to the end of the level. Though I am a little bit bummed because the megastructure is over there in the 3D skybox, and so far I haven't interacted with the megastructure at all. So it kind of seems to me like you just kind of did your own thing and then slapped a megastructure in the 3D skybox. I'm not really feeling. I'm like, there's like some abstract stuff here, which is cool, but it doesn't seem like a megastructure to me. Do I just jump down that? Okay. Yeah, so that, I mean, honestly, that final combat sequence was a really great note to end it on. That was just so well designed at the end, which is bizarre because that encounter was so well designed, but the ones leading up to them weren't given that. Oh God. I'm just gonna pause this so the fucking steam sound doesn't blow out my eardrums. The combat encounters leading up to it were a bit weak. But you pulled in through at the end and made a really terrific, dramatic, and well-paced final encounter between, the music was a great selection, the visibility was good, I didn't have to look too hard for supplies. It was spread out so that, like, if I was lingering in a space for too long, enemies would surround me and I'd be running down on supplies, so I would have to move to a different spot in the arena. And I think maybe a couple times I felt like I was trying to hunt down the last enemy to spawn in the next wave, but other than that, I mean, that was good. The protagonist voice was a bit of a weird choice. I get like the custom hands and stuff, but like it didn't really matter that much to me, I guess. The guy talking a lot didn't particularly bother me, but I can see why that would be annoying to some. Visuals looked okay. The colors and the lighting were really nice, but it really just felt like a lot of boxy rooms with models slapped on it. And I fail to see the inclusion of the megastructure in it. It kind of just feels like you made an urban / industrial, very Half-Life 2 style semi-abstract level, and then just put some really big megastructure thing in the 3D skybox just so it fit the criteria of it being in the challenge. But I don't know. I think my favorite part of that was definitely that final combat sequence. That was nice. That was good. Very good. Really great entries up to this point so far. I've been hearing a lot of good things about this map, Ziggurat 1. I've tried to not look at it too much, but it is a little bit of eye candy. So we'll see. I don't know what's in store for me, but this is Ziggurat 1 by Sassy Rose? Sassy Rose? Sassy Ross? Sassy Rose. Three-fingered hands is an interesting choice. Doesn't make it feel like just a reskin. Some portal models and textures, but I think they fit. Interesting. Zig. Oh no. Not again. Good. I was actually kind of wondering. I saw the boards. I was kind of wondering because the player could very easily just walk by these and not pick them up. I was kind of curious if, like, they would just be playing this without the crowbar. Interesting. This makes me want to wall run over this. Circular room is an interesting choice. This is a... this... Oh, sorry. Wow. That is a hell of a reskin. That looks nice. That's pretty cool. I'm surprised the 9mm pistol isn't custom as well. I also like the scale of this. The scale is really nice. This room was a nice, like, pacemaker so that, like, you get to take your time, look down and up, and really appreciate the sense of the room as you walked around it. I think the lack of railings really helped make it seem industrial, straightforward, like unsafe. You gotta stay on your toes a little bit. And yeah, oh, this is a nice floor texture too. And the scale of this door alone makes me feel like I don't belong in this world, in a good way. Oh shit. That's just gonna start it. Reminds me of like stained glass, but it's definitely not that. Kind of built like a like a portal test chamber a little bit. Oh, the bloom is kind of fucking up the screen a little bit. It's a bit hard to see what you've placed there. Okay, before I proceed, I'm gonna check the folder to make sure that there's no custom weapons, because it seems odd to me that you'd make a custom crowbar, but everything else is still default Half-Life 2. I'm just gonna check. I could be wrong. This could be just normal. But I mean, even like the ammo models are custom, so like that makes me question models, weapons, slam, stun stick. Present props, no. Map labs, nope. Monster. I guess there's not. I guess there's not a custom, or maybe it's packed in this level. That would make the most sense. But I don't know. It just seems weird to me that the view model arms and the ammo and the fucking crowbar. Crowbar has a reskin, but nothing else here does? That was a beautiful use of specular. Even the pipes. Damn. The green mixing in with the self-growing construction. That looks like something important. Ah, that's the way down because these stairs are broken. That's a nice touch. God, even the parallax on the floor. That's doing some heavy lifting for sure. This doesn't look like a Source game. Fucking well done with the parallax. It's really showing. This place didn't seem that big until I stepped out and the actual scale of everything kind of hit. This is fucking huge. I think what could have made this vista even a little bit better was, aside from like micro details like handrails or doors or whatever, to actually establish a sense of scale. Also, like, if the ziggurat's out of control, like what was that other entry? Piston? Having parts of it move to show that it's like growing out of control, or machinery moving, or fucking like something to like liven up the scene a little bit. I mean, this is already like breathtaking, but it would be cool to see it moving as well. Oh, you best believe I'm gonna scan this fucking thing. Where'd it go? It's a ModDB link. Oh, it goes to Map Labs, you motherfucker. Cool. Cool. Okay, so let's break down that short combat space. There was only 3 enemies. You walk around the corner. There's an enemy tucked in behind cover here, but I am here at the stairs. I'm already locked into the room. I didn't round the corner here. I rounded the corner here. So now I'm already kind of committed to the space, but also because that enemy was so far away, I feel like I could push up, especially considering that an enemy was coming across the catwalk here, meaning that if he crossed over here, I would probably be in an advantageous point here, but the other one could sneak up on me this way, and it just made more sense for me in the moment to sprint forward so that I have more advantage over the one here, and I'm hiding better from the one at the catwalk here. What I failed to realize was there was a third enemy over here sneaking up on me, but he doesn't even have any cover, so either I could dispatch him quickly, I don't even remember if I did or not, or dispatch the one that's closest to me as I saw that guy was going over the catwalk, so that now I have control over this whole half of the arena. If I started to get it rushed by the third guy who started coming up, I could either ring around the central pillar cover here, or I can push him here and then be completely hidden from the guy on the catwalk. I love these new tech Helvetica like accents everywhere. Also, god damn, fucking like, I don't know if these models are custom or if you just pulled them from. No, they're custom. I was gonna say, I don't know if these are custom, if you pulled them from somewhere or maybe like reskin them or something, but they fit very well in the broader scope of the level. Colors, the colors match so well. The colors are so good on their own, but like from the orange to the blue, then from the orange to the teal, then from that green to the purple, or sorry, the pink. It's a visual treat. This looks like a combat space if I've ever seen one. I'm a bit locked in here. It would be cool to break these. Oh, you can shoot through them. They're pure holograms. Fuck yeah. I was thinking like breakable glass surf, but that works too. Pretty solid encounter. I couldn't really engage with the middle. The middle was just a no man's land. I kind of had to stick to the outer pillars for cover, and even then they weren't very great. I had to improvise a little bit with limited AR2 ammo, but I didn't really find that overly problematic. Here for cover. If there's any combat, yeah. Wow. Curved spiral stairs. In my Source Engine game, you shouldn't have. Very open scale. Very big corridors, like, consistently. Now we're in the yellow zone. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay, it would be cool to, like, break these. Or like have it be like Funk Surf, or like even like man, even like the outer shell of this could be like surf glass or breakable glass, but it would still have like tubes in the middle or something, so that like even though it breaks, like you still have some form of like soft cover, still kind of semi like what Swelter did. Arctic's asked like what Swelter did. I haven't played Swelter, so I don't know. But these things would be cool to break a little bit. Because, I mean, they're so pretty, but also it would be cool to just have some more interactivity from the actual, like, combat happening. Because these are definitely, like, high contrast points where you can see the silhouette of an enemy behind, so if you start shooting at it, it would be cool to see parts of it, like, shatter. And, I mean, if it's just, like, an outer glass shell, if it's shattered, then you would still have, like, a metallic or, like, neon interior that would still be sturdy enough to block some bullets. It's just that, now that the shell is gone, that your cover's a little bit less effective, but it's still cover. It's still blocking some form of bullets, so it's still good. Arctic says, oh, basically they have tile pillars that when shot show the inners of the pillar. Yeah, something like that. There was like a big push of like fake DMM in the Source engine for a while. I wouldn't go as far as to say like making it that intrinsic like a modern game, but I don't know. I feel like specifically these panels would be a great opportunity to have some of that like soft cover demolition a little bit. I wouldn't so much use it for these metal blocks. These seem pretty sturdy, like the skeleton of the structure. But yeah, definitely these guys. Guess I can't get up there. Be a shame if a train came through. Yeah, speaking of movement, it would be cool to maybe, before we go deeper, it would be cool to have like another station, or like another station to the side, or like have these tracks going deeper where you would actually have to like avoid a moving train for it. Just because I mean, it's a good opportunity to activate the space and see these environments are really static from what I've seen so far. They're beautiful, but they don't move around that much. They're not very interactive. It just kind of feels like a backdrop to the combat that's happening, as opposed to being married and feeling like you're in the actual, like, living, breathing structure. It would have been cool to have a train of some sort. And I think the combat's getting a little bit weaker now because this is just M-shaped cover. You can like take a few shots, push up, take a few shots, retreat, but like you can just like see over anyway. There's no flank routes. There's no like, this would be a good spot for like shooting like a pipe or something to create some steam to obfuscate the line of sight to the player with a hidden like block LOS brush. Or like explosive barrels or something to add like a little bit of flavor to the combat that's not just bullet cover. I saw you. Don't think I didn't. Hey, you can't do that. Go this way. Secret? Secret! Secret! Woo! Pickups are a bit sparse, but they are expertly placed so that I don't play too recklessly. I actually have punishments for my decisions that I'm making. And me when I'm corn on the cob, gonna deliver the kernel. Or if I work for the secret KFC intelligence agency. Okay, I was gonna say that's a bit of a long drop. I wasn't able to see the end. into that space as much as I could have because I killed the first guy and decided to recoup. Take some of those. I should probably be using them. Go ahead. Peek again. Yeah. This looks like the core to me. It's a beautiful sight. Like this still with like the lighting and the textures does not look like Source at all. Is that it? Am I becoming the core? Nice, we reset the core, we saved the day! Ooh, custom background map. I think if you had more time, it would have been cool to have a boss fight of some kind, or a mini boss fight. Whether that would be overscoped and like really like crazy as if you're like fighting the core itself, or if it's just like a couple of hunters, like a reskin hunter or a strider or something. That would also be kind of cool. There was definitely like a lot of build up to the thing, and then it just kind of happened. But I am really, I assume that that was either due to map size constraints or just time spent on the entry. But that, honestly, having like a 3 to 5 map pack like short mod in this style would be incredible. With just custom weapon reskins, it would still play like Half-Life 2. You wouldn't have to reinvent anything, but just a reskin Half-Life 2 in this style using the beautiful texture set that you've made, or have at least sourced. I don't know if you made it or sourced or a combination of the two. Just like, this is just a very powerful style that you have a good grip on, and you could definitely like take this somewhere really great with like a certain gameplay gimmick or two. I think my main thing that I would have liked to see more was just more movement in the level from the Ziggurat Vista, or from like trains in the train station, or something beyond just shooting bad guys like I can in almost every other entry. It was still good, it just didn't really stand out to me in a unique way other than the visual coding on it. It was definitely eye candy, and the combat was serviceable. It was well thought out and executed okay. I think it kind of suffered a little bit from scale towards the end, where you are kind of just dropping enemies and the player into like a lane and kind of having them fight it out on like shoulder high cover. It would be cool to see some more interactivity where you could shoot out like panels or barrels or something to influence the actual combat space more than just shooting the bad guy directly. And vice versa. Maybe the bad guys have something where they can control the Ziggurat to try to crush you a little bit, sort of like what we were seeing in Piston a little bit. But really, really great. Very impactful visual style. The parallax cube maps go so hard on that. And yeah, just really unreal looking compared to like Source games. I hope to see more of this. I hope to see Ziggurat 2 and 3 and 4, or Ziggurat 0. I think that there's a really interesting world you've crafted here, visually, that can be supplemented with just little breadcrumbs of story. You don't need to have anything, like, Oscar-worthy written here, but I'd like to learn more about the Ziggurat and the security forces and what the robot is that is trying to reset it. Really great stuff. Up next is Undertopia by Swag GCP.
Can I leave? No. Alright. Gotta get comfortable here. I was leaning back in my chair at the end of that. Ooh. Thank you. Mile Low City. Administrated by Combine Industries. This is like a BioShock parody a little bit. I do like this setup. It reminds me of like a Hollywood movie set a little bit. I don't have any track power, nor do I have security clearance. I think it's a bit weird that there's a sign up for it, but I guess for the sake of gameplay, fine.
The Service Express has been temporarily suspended until public order has been restored. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Bit quiet, and could have used a louder notification, like a bing bong. But sure. So definitely just BioShock, yeah. Definitely just a new spin on BioShock with a Half-Life twist, I suppose. The subtlety in the soundscapes are also nice. Looks like I can go to either Transit Square or Industrial Zone. I like that. I like being able to access different points. Have the choice to tackle one thing or another in a certain way. Pretty decent combat scenario. It's a bit dark in here. Wait, I have the gravity gun? When did I get that? Okay, well, I have the gravity gun. However, there's not a lot of physics props strewn about. There's no physics props in this whole quadrant of the arena. If you're gonna give the player the gravity gun, give them the opportunity to use it. Throw down like cinder blocks and heavy stuff or whatever. Give them things that are out of reach that they otherwise... Can I break these? I don't think so. Give them heavy stuff that they otherwise wouldn't be able to reach from afar. I feel like, honestly, between the gravity gun not being used, and I know I just started, but this is my initial thoughts. Between the gravity gun not being used so much, and also having two separate avenues for the player to explore, you could take a Metroidvania approach where one avenue gets you the gravity gun and the other avenue requires you to use the gravity gun for something. Or maybe doesn't require it, but it's optional or whatever. Just so you can just double back and get stuff that you couldn't before. There's so much opportunity there for player satisfaction because it's not like given to them obviously. There's some more physics props here. This is nice. I'm not seeing any enemies to use it on, though. I hope it wasn't... Those enemies weren't from before that just kind of ran out on me. Okay. I get it. It's a... Oh, fuck me. I get it. It's like a rebel hideout. And that makes sense to me. It just seems a little comical to me that you just went up there to do that. What would have been cool is seeing some infighting on the way up, so that by the time you get up to the rebel thing, 3 shotgun shots. My goodness, my aim's terrible. By the time you got up to this rebel outpost, there would already be some infighting, or there'd be infighting in the streets, or like Combine here raining down upon rebels in the streets, so that it would contextualize the importance of this thing up here more. I didn't know that was a cannon. I genuinely thought it was just a regular button at first. But that would have made more sense as to the urgency of whatever happening here. Even if you're not meant to fight with the rebels. I don't know. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I'm carrying this chair with me because I like using the gravity gun in entries that allow me to. Oh, fuck me. Like, I'm not using exclusively the gravity gun, but it is like my go-to tool for most entries because it gives you a... Oh, I got my security clearance. It gives you a thoughtful way of engaging with enemies and using the environment. It's just a fun way to play for me. I don't like... I mean, everyone says that they're so tired of the fucking gunplay in Half-Life 2. It's like, yeah, because you keep shooting everything with this SMG because it's like statistically the best weapon to use. But when you do that, it gets boring after 100 times. So, can you really fault mappers for not wanting to do that? I'm rambling. Hey, infighting. There we go. That does like a crane or something to open that up, but can I just go? No, I can't. I don't have access here. This was a nice combat space. You open up, you see the infighting. You get to choose if you want to go head on through here or take the flank. But then even here, you could take a third flank. And yeah, there's an enemy in here, but now you have the best control over the situation between the emplacements and the combine. This was a really well-designed micro scenario, and to add to it, there was a little bit of verticality here. You don't have to... Oh, there we go! Yeah! A little bit of verticality here. There didn't need to be verticality here, but there was. It just adds a little bit of depth and like a subconscious like spacer in the level. Like when you're up here, it doesn't really matter that much, but you have a better advantage on enemies that are using this cover here. And, I don't know, you just feel more confident here. That's really what designing these combat spaces are about, is giving... I keep fat-fingering the mouse. Giving the player the confidence to make fun decisions. That's the important part. Guiding them to find their own fun by giving them the confidence to do so. I didn't sprint on that second jump. I kind of clenched a little bit. What if I, damn. Yes. The combine just shot the turret off the ledge. Oh, I'm full on that. I should be using more of that. Ooh, crossbow. I'm picking up weapons faster than I can use them.
Slow down 3 service. Helix 2 go active and intercept leader 12 out.
That was a good placement for the crossbow. It was probably the longest range engagement that I've seen so far. I'm surprised there's no backup on the way out. Love that. That was good. That was good. That was good. I like... technically, yes, it was an ambush, but that notification let the player know that there's going to be enemies coming up, and you would not believe how valuable that is for certain combat encounters. Now, I'm not saying do that for every combat encounter, but to switch things up, instead of the player walking into a room and facing a whole bunch of enemies, have the enemies walk into the room and face the player who already knows that they're coming. Elevators are such a good way of letting the player know ahead of time that at least a squad of enemies are coming up, and being able to plan accordingly. That's another part of making the player find the fun and getting them confidence, is that if they can make a plan and execute on it, they feel more empowered in the combat scenario. They feel like, I hear this bell coming up, and like, oh, if I'm here and I hear the bell coming up, I could throw a grenade, I could get the shotgun ready, what I did was I went back with the crossbow because I don't know how many enemies there were. I could have had an SMG grenade ready. I could have even thrown this fucking cart at them. There are so many plans I could have made in my head just as a reaction to knowing that enemies are there. The level designer could have easily just slapped a couple enemies here in the middle of the room, and I could have turned the corner and go, oh, here's some more enemies, and then, bam, bam, boom. But no, they gave them, granted, it is a monster closet technically, but it gave the player some notification that they couldn't even make a plan. Fuck, I could have even done this and made like a little cover, either to hide myself to set up another ambush or use it as cover here. There's so many, and the crazy thing is, all this is a door entity, 2 Combine soldiers, and a physics prop in a room. And, of course, like, notification from the elevator for, like an ambient generic. But you get what I'm saying.
Surface Express car inbound.
They're coming from both sides. I like this. Get out of here. Wow, that was a good encounter. So to break it down, there was this like little donut I had at the beginning with that like security booth, which gave me full control over not only choosing left and right as the enemies came in, but also a window to see where they're coming in and being able to act accordingly. And the Combine, yeah, they only came in from 2 spots, but there was ample cover for the Combine to choose which avenue they wanted to take to get to the player. So I started off with the crossbow and the 357, which are the best long-range weapons in Half-Life 2, but they have such limited ammo, which worked out great because as more enemies flooded in, I didn't have such a need to use the longer range weapons, so I switched it up to the SMG, or the AR2, or the shotgun, or using the gravity gun to throw a grenade to somewhere else. I was switching through my weapons very naturally because I was getting presented these opportunities to engage in different ways and stay dynamic and being able to improvise based on what was being thrown at me. Being able to script the Combine so that they don't all just follow the same route to the player is so important.
and designing your arenas so that there's like a 50-50 chance of Combine to take one route or the other. They don't just all bottleneck into the same avenue, because that can get real boring real quick. And reducing the visibility on each lane so that you don't know if there's going to be a Combine or two on the left or the right, or maybe they're hiding in the middle and they could change their paths halfway through. It really kept me on my toes. I didn't really feel a need to go all the way out to where they were spawning to camp them, especially because there wasn't any cover there. So if I wanted to camp both doors and play it really boring and cheesy, I couldn't, because I would just keep getting shot in the back from new spawning enemies. I think that was a really great placement of cover, where there's less cover farther out, but because the player is so visually obstructed by their own cover in the mid-ground, like the middle ground and close to where the elevator is, that the player didn't need to like camp. You could wait for them, but you kept switching out your strategy based on what was getting thrown at you, and it was very well paced so that you didn't really feel overwhelmed by the enemies, but you definitely had to stay on top of them. And in staying on top of them, you had to switch up your strategy to be able to dispatch them in a proper amount of time. Otherwise, they will start to swarm you. So I never felt like I had full control over the arena, but I had full control over my part of the arena, which was important for establishing like an actual battle line, which went really great overall. Yeah, I don't have any comments on that combat scenario. It was just a good, satisfactory, well done combat scenario, and I liked being able to tackle either avenue at my own leisure, which was pretty cool. I was underground, and the underground had high ceilings. I didn't really get a mega structure vibe from it as much, because I really only saw like 2 sectors and the lobby, kind of. Would have been cool to see a little bit more of the underground facility, but I mean, the gameplay usually comes first in these kinds of things, and the gameplay was good, so I can't complain about that too much. I love the advertisements and stuff, really making it seem like a Bioshock city. Overall, really well done. Serial Peripheral interface by King Sands on Steam, not Discord, or not Disc.
Hello, in this map you're going to make a combine squads, 3 of them with 5 soldiers each, and then they're gonna fight enemies, and basically your goal is just to make them able to win the best.
What? Get this guy low health, make him good proficient.
most interesting. It's like a strategy squad builder simulator. Oh, I think I made a pretty strong squad. I like the thoroughness of the different like perks and attributes you can assign to them. That sniper support's really coming in handy. Did I? Okay. Give this guy a pulse rifle. Average proficiency. Grenades. Give this guy a shotgun. Bump up his health. Average proficiency. Double movement speed. Same thing with this guy. Bump up his health. Proficiency. Average. Movement speed. Pulse rifle. Good. I feel like the head crab canister summon is gonna fuck over the squad, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna give like roller mines, SMG, bump up that, give him better proficiency. Yeah, sniper support again. Not seeing the sniper though this time. Seemed like a wasted point. Maybe the logic didn't work out properly. I mean, the roller mines are kind of fucking busted, right? Because the roller mines can't die? Notice they're not really pushing up. There's kind of like a still. Oh no, they're pushing up now. Well, this is an interesting one. I don't really. I mean, oh, that's cute. I don't really get the whole mega structure thing. I don't get the whole mega structure thing on this one. It's kind of again, it's kind of just like a backdrop to something that you wanted to make. It's cool. It's novel. I like it. I like to see this more fleshed out as like almost like a mini campaign style one, or like being able to interact with my squad. All right, let's bring this guy. Pulse rifle, more health than average. Average. Overmind swarm half health summoners. Let's get this guy a hunter. Why not? SMG. Average. Give him scanners. Shotgun. Lots of health. Average. The proficiency doesn't really matter that much unless they're like, I guess, using SMGs. But I'm gonna be doing SMG guys for Pocket Manhack Summon. No, sniper support. Pulse rifle. Honestly, you can't go wrong with the pulse rifle. It's very good. And grenades might bounce back, so fuck that. Roll mine summon. SMG. Scanner summon. I mean, the sniper's just gonna fuck them all up, right? The sniper has really good power for economy. It wouldn't make sense to make a head grab summon or anything for hopper mines, because those have the potential of killing my own squad base. And the roller mines are able to relay info to the other squad members. Yeah, they're just decimating. I could see like a whole source mod being made from this, which I mean it's really cool. I could see a whole source mod being made from this where you go through different like mini campaign skirmishes. and you unlock more abilities or whatever, or you get better rewards or achievements based on like how many points you do or don't spend. I guess the roller mines actually do die, because I'm seeing a lot of them just kind of sitting by themselves. Okay. I'll just do a little bit of everything, and then like another one on claw sharpness, because I think that's my... Oh, am I the thing now? Am I the fucking... It has begun, you are done? Aw, man, I thought I was gonna be able to be a thing. I thought I was gonna be able to be my own, like, little one-man army, my little combat scenario thing. What a tease. Why even bother making me go through that? You could have just had me end it there. That was a weird one. The megastructure thing meant absolutely nothing in this map. You could have just made it like a dev texture level, which it kind of was a dev texture level, and call it that. The concept is cool. Would love to see that built upon. But yeah, I don't really have much else to say about that. It's a novel concept. It's very like programmer oriented, like IO, and maybe there's VScript involved. I don't know. It was good. Good. Incident report by Colt, SCP Gaming, Danskart, and Hydralis. Ooh, we got a big team working on this one. Hang on. I'm paused. Okay. Which one was this? Sorry. Just checking. Incident report. By the team of 4. That is definitely an incident we should be reporting. That is another incident we should be reporting. These textures look nice. Oh man. World's heaviest computer. Oh yeah. I've been through this song and dance a couple of times. I found the solution to a puzzle before I found the problem. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I found the solution before the problem. I think it would have been cool if you contextualize this to the player by before coming into this room, there was like a corridor or something where a fire ended up sparking, and then these things went off on its own to teach the player that, like, okay, that happens. And I would probably also put some, like, gas props or something there to indicate that that's flammable, or like maybe some more wood junk props. Look at this cute little this cute little corner decoration. That looks like a blood puzzle. I'm digging this. This is ominous. It's very heavy-handed. There's they just eat. Ooh, got the glizzy. Oh, is this a core that goes into the plug? I believe so. Let's swish that baby in there. Whoop. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. Those sounds make it powerful. Okay, those custom models and sounds do a world of difference for that. I also noticed that the player speed is slower, which is good. This makes it feel like a survival horror. Ammo is a little scarce. I hope that continues so that I have to be forced to make interesting decisions. Okay, I'm a bit actually pretty well off on ammo now. I hope to. I'm expecting some. This is kind of shaping up like a survival horror, so I expect to see some scripted sequences of zombies jumping out at me and subverting my expectations. I'll go in there later. I'll go in there now. Ah, that was all that was in here. Very well. Man, crouching is so... Oh, okay. Okay, I like that. You can do that. However, can you contextualize how it got there? Like, maybe there's like a closed vent here, and then maybe it's like open when you walk back out, and maybe you like look in there, maybe there's like a suit battery or something. I'm all for like the Dead Space style of like revisiting old areas and having enemies waiting there for you, but don't make the spawning so obvious. Flashlight and the sprint are tied to the same auxiliary power in standard Half-Life 2 style. That's a nice choice. All is good. Thought I heard an alarm behind me. That's not the case. No, not a maze. What's this industrial fucking metal wall maze doing here? Good. I like that. Let's follow it. That's freaky. Oh, that's okay. Good, good. I like that. That's real freaky. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, that's didn't quite stick the landing. Oh shit. Well, shit's gonna get real because I have a fucking SMG now. It shares the same ammo pool as the Glock, so there's no reason for me not to use this. Oh, fuck me. Fucking beating. Oh! This is fucked. It's fucked in the head. Whew, okay. At first I'm like, this encounter is meh because I wasn't introduced to the whole level, but there was multiple waves of enemies coming out that proved otherwise. I still feel like there's enemies lurking around, which is making me on edge. This is horrifying. Oh! Ugh. Yeah, this is good. It's just Half-Life 2 zombies mixed in with soldiers, but it's all very well-paced. Disadvantageous for the player. Oh, fuck me. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, labbing it up now. Nice puzzle. Down first. The guns feel great even though they're just CSS with some mixed in like view punch and new sounds. Yeah, this is really immersive. There's that mega structure. We need to go down there right now. It's just a shotgun ammo. With a very slow rocket. Let me out! Alright, good. Oh. Hi, friend. Okay. This is moving very slowly. I mean, yeah, I know you're carrying a tank, but... Oh, I see. I see what you're doing. I thought I was going to drop him into the fire or something, but this is equally as funny. I know you made a thud, but it would have been cool to like put like a decal on, like a dent on the garage door for each time that you slam it against the wall, just to show that, don't point that at me. Just to show there's like some progress going on with the tank. Fucking physics, dude.
Oh, come on. Oh my god, are you kidding me? It's like twisted so it can't hit the fucking wall. There we go. Jesus. My leg. Thank you. That doesn't sound good.
If anyone can hear me, I am your last ticket on here. If I do
Well, I don't know what he said because the I thought he was done saying what he was gonna say, and he's like, I repeat. I'm like, okay, well. Do you have something for me, or are you just a body in a container? Just a body in a container. Well, I hope I don't have to actually be at the LZ in 2 minutes, or that's gonna be a little bit awkward. Because I walk so slow anyway. Get off the fucking ladder! Okay, there we go. We did it, I guess. It's a bit anticlimactic.
I feel like you should have done the comms. Also, you should have done the comms from the helicopter before you engage with the tank, and the tank would be your biggest adversary, holding you from getting to the chopper. But I mean, that's cool either way. The endings did seem a bit rushed. I suppose that's a mega structure. I only really saw it at the very end, but that's still cool though. It looked nice from the outside. There was that big garage, but I mean, a garage is a garage, and the only thing I saw in there were human-sized vehicles, like helicopters, APCs and stuff. So it didn't really. I couldn't really contextualize the sense of scale that much. It just seemed like you scaled the room up, but it's still cool nonetheless. So I guess we're doing a background map because it's taking a while. Nope. Okay. Yeah, pretty solid. Good survival horror. I think you could lean, if you were ambitious enough to incorporate VScript, you could really lean into the survival horror with resource management and stuff. But yeah, really good. Very immersive. The zombies felt fresh. I really liked the office section firefight. That was very good. Very claustrophobic. Lots of flank routes. Good paranoia. Very well done. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. Whew. We are only like halfway through. These are some really great entries. Operation Avalon by T-Up. Barely gave me any time to read that. A castle. Will this kill me if I go down there? I feel like it would, even though it's not. Well, I mean, 3 skyboxes right there. Alright. Do I have to do this? Fucking rude. What are you? A grenade. Is this like a historically accurate castle too? Pistol, thanks. Thanks, buddy. Oh, fuck me. So I have to cross that. No, I don't. I don't have to cross that. I was gonna say I have to cross that open ass field with a sniper on me. Some discolored hay. Across that open field. The castle's pretty big. It's a mega structure. White Forest. I had to sneeze. Sorry about that. It's like a Bible of some sort. Plate. I hear a man hack, I just don't see it. Is it in the chimney? Is it supposed to come in through the chimney? That'd be fun.
Lost biosignal for protection team unit. Jury 3.
Apparently that was a stealth kill because I one-shot him in the head. I feel like you wanted to make a castle for this one. I'm curious if this is like an architecturally correct castle that's just been renovated by the Combine. That's an interesting premise. Whether or not it upholds gameplay standards is another thing to discuss, but I cannot hit that thing for my life. Oh. So I'm curious if I go up and will I kill the sniper if I go up, or do I have to like dispatch him somehow else? The fuck? Wait. What? I think the manhack hit the thing and blew it up. Alright. Well, that was interesting. It was a big castle. I wish I saw more of it. A lot of it was wide open spaces and rectangular corridors. I didn't feel particularly engaged in any of the combat. I don't even remember seeing any cover anywhere. It was really just a bunch of doors. The spiral staircase was a decent set piece for combat, going through different stages. A lot of things just felt really spread out there. I didn't really feel a particular focus in it. And it was also very dark, too. It's a bit hard to see. But serviceable. Microcosm by 1UpD. Salamander says, how are you enjoying Mega Man comp so far? I don't know what you're talking about. This is Mega Men comp. I've got just one left to finish up. Oh boy. The Resistance against the Communists working to establish a network of teleporters to move people in and out of cities. You didn't have to hyphenate that. You were one such operator sent to City 14. Wait, is this... Why is there a blur on this text? It looks good. It's like... Oh, alright. The sound just bumped up in a few decibels. I need to deliver... Microcosm. I need to deliver aid to the doctor. Doctor! I'm dying here! Hey! No way! It's text at the beginning of the entry that gets reinforced by a Ooh, that looks good. Leave nothing behind for the Combine to find. Task for Eric. I like the MS Paint drawn like single brush words and stuff. Very, very funny. Like, there's always like a certain charm to it, I feel. Anyway. Find the doctor, help him out, retrieve the teleporter and its plans, and leave nothing behind for the Combine to find. So I'm probably gonna end up nuking the place, probably. I can tell you're a zombie based on the way you're laying down. You can't fool me. You can't fool me either. Here you go, buddy. Don't mention it. Ooh, goodies. I like goodies. Oh my. That's unique. Okay, so megastructure found. I hope that this entry falls into the categories of going in or doing something important with the megastructure and not just showing the megastructure in the 3D skybox and that's that. Theoretical megastructures. That's the word. There's a tiny clipboard! He's so tiny, look at him! He's so tiny. Ooh. I have legs. Don't mind me. Just making sure everybody knows I'm here. Keeping my handy dandy explosive barrel with me. I don't leave home without it. It's a tiny keyboarded desk. What are you doing? You're so tiny. Is the megastructure gonna be? Oh, it is Microcosm. So, is the megastructure gonna be the room? That'll be cool. That'll be real nifty. Check this out. I think I got him. Yeah. Yeah, I got him. Interesting. Interesting. Aha! I knew it! Ew! Ew, you're tiny! Fucking fast head crabs are already annoying. Now you gotta make them tiny and fucking frail? What is this? Oh no. I hope that's the only time I have to deal with them. It's not going to be the only time I have to deal with them. Oh no! Found the doctor. No!
No. Fucking twerps, get out of here. Oh, level transition already? I feel like you just started.
Hello? As you can probably surmise, my teleporter has a few bugs to work out. I need your help to fix the problem, but first I need to get back to my normal size. If you'd be so kind, please find a car battery and hook it up to the mini porter. That should give it a kickstart.
That's amazing. I like the tiny companion. That's amazing. My tiny
Could be an
companion.
extra battery around here somewhere.
That'll do the trick. Timeline. Half-Life 1. Okay. Aha. You're growing!
Pardon me. Thank heavens. I thought I was stuck for good. Fortunately, our work here isn't done. We need to realign the Zen crystal inside the teleporter. It's too small to access without disassembling the whole thing. That's where this mini porter will come in handy. My teleporter uses a completely different principle from the Black Mesa design. My design doesn't require a Zen relay or any kind of emulation. Instead, it uses the Zen crystal as a negative mass source to create a wormhole. In terms you would understand, it folds space-time through itself. This design is simpler and more elegant, but it has a nasty side effect. The folded space can scale relative to the destination. But we can turn this bug into a feature. We'll use the teleporter to shrink you, then you realign the crystal.
What?
First things first, it's dangerous to bring firearms through the warp field.
Ugh, you're kidding me. I can't get a tiny
Please
gun
leave
with
your
tiny
weapons
bullets.
in this box. Great! Next, let's get you into a hazard suit. The crystal gives off a lot of radiation, so you'll need to wear some PPE. I hope it fits okay. It's a hand-me-down.
I like this premise. This is fun.
Whenever you're ready, put on the hazard suit.
I'm trying! Come on!
This is a good look for you. Alright, I'll start up the teleporter.
Okay.
First thing you'll need is a tool for moving things around. Took a 0-point energy manipulator on loan, but I'm afraid I had to leave it behind when I was shrunk.
So I gotta go find it.
You should be able to find it on the desk.
On the desk.
My potion! Feel free to take a look around before you follow.
Oops. I found it! How do I get to it, though? Ah, that's how I get to it. Whoa.
It's disorienting at first, but I have confidence in you.
Hi! This reminds me of my, my 1 billion units entry, where you're a tiny little mouse. And you set traps and you gotta get out of a horror house. Oh, it would be so cute if you did like little interactions, like, wait, can I knock this potion? Or is it too my potion? If you like hopped on the keyboard, it would like turn on the computer and make computer noises or like clickety clacks as you walked over it.
Oops. Let me move that PC out of the way for you.
What? This is sick. Oh, a little tiny battery too. I can't get it though. Fuck.
Excellent. bring it back to the mini porters.
Why can't I? Why can't I? What a tease! Oh, there's another one right there.
Back to the mini porter and stand on the send pad.
I'm trying. I'm gonna let you know. Come on, let me up! Let me up! I'm like stuck underneath of something. Did I break something by accident? I'm having a hard time navigating all of this. There's like a ceiling I'm hitting. Let's see if a restart will solve that.
Before you hop in the portal.
Oh, man. Oh, maybe it was physics giblets from that.
Disorient you first. I have confidence in you.
I just won't break it. I don't fuck with anything. Arctic says this part is kind of glitchy. Yeah, it is.
Let me move that PC out of the way for you.
Thank you.
Excellent. You found it. Now bring it back to the mini porter. Back to the mini porter and stand on the send pad.
I'm trying. Believe me, I'm trying. If I hit the ceiling again, I'm no clipping out of here. Okay, there we go.
Now all you have to do is enter the main teleporter and realign the crystal.
I didn't know that whole desk was
It's been an excellent
physics. Why would that whole desk be a physics prop? Why would you do that? What the fuck, man? This is so... Oh.
That one.
I'm gonna be honest, I've forgotten what I was supposed to do. Can I put you in the mini teleporter or just break everything?
Pardon me. Good luck.
All right. I'm in the inner mechanism. Oh my god, you're huge now! What the fuck, man?
These don't... Okay. I was gonna say, I hope these don't one-shot me, but I think they will. No, they won't. I'm glad. Thank you for not having one-shot hazards. Nope. 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 Let's see you dance again. Yeah! Cute. So the megastructure in question is just the inner mechanisms of this crazy-ass teleport device. That's actually an interesting kind of, like, sci-fi approach, because, like, you could just, like... I have to block this somehow. It's an interesting... Oh no, I have to find a way to, like, erase that. It has to, like, reflect, right? It has to reflect to the... Ugh. I might have to search around somewhere else. Maybe I have to just break this. Aha. I fixed it. It's an interesting concept of, like, technology that is so, like, almost quantumly small that the only way for you to build or, like, repair or maintain it is to shrink yourself down to the size of a fucking raisin to build or maintain it.
We're all set here.
That's
and
sick.
not a moment too soon.
Teleported the teleporter. Wait, no. You put the teleporter. Teleport's tiny. Wow. Fucking throw everything at the fucking... Can't even see them. You... Why did you make... I get why they're tiny, but why did you have to make the room so damn dark?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Come on, let's get out of here. Self-destruct your fucking lab? I like this character.
Loading.
I like this character a lot. She's very smart. Oopsie.
Lock down your location.
Oh no, it's the Entropy Zero cops. Also, they do a lot of damage.
That was cool. Cheese Dreamer. That is a fantastic concept for a creator like mod of shrinking down, going through like quantum tiny half-life stuff. Like the Combine that made their own tiny technology. The mini boss is a full-size Combine. You gotta, yeah. Okay, that was cool. There's so much fun you can have with this. It's not even like, oh my god, that's so fun. That is so fun. man. That's such a cool concept. That's just like a good, you know, like there's just like it's just like comforting. It's just like a nice, solid, just pure fun. Like I don't give a fuck how much sense it's supposed to make. It's just fun. Like not even just in the gameplay, but also just like in the way that like the characters conduct themselves and the micro interactions and stuff. It's just like, oh, you can do that. And yeah, that's just accepted in this universe. That's crazy. That's so fun. That's amazing. Yeah, great work. Not what I had in mind for anything remotely close to Mega Mania, but it does work, and it does yeah, it is a mega structure technically. I2C Inter-Integrated Circuit by EA. I feel like there wasn't there like a second entry by somebody? Right? Am I... I don't know. I feel like there was a second entry by somebody, and they like changed their names between entries, but that's probably information I shouldn't be revealing. Anyway. Salamancer says this one was a lot. Well, I am already...
Let's even the odds a little.
Thank you. Get me out of the perpetual dizziness machine, please. Thank you. Okay. Give me a minute. Hey, personal space. Thank you. God, there's money. Oh no, it's risk of Half-Life. Okay, I pressed the button. Thank you. Okay, so first impressions, it is really fucking dark in this level. It is impossible to tell where enemies are. I'm just looking for eye glows. Okay, this bridge is very slowly, ever so slowly. All grenades, it just all grenades. Okay. I assume that they're just going to keep coming. To which point I must ask as a player, what's stopping me from just sitting here and waiting for the bridge to fully cross and not even engage? If they're just going to keep respawning, why stop? Just wait for the bridge to cross. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Down. Okay. Oh, all right. Well, let's see. Autosaves. Yes. My first impressions is that this entire map so far is not respectful of the player's time. You just gotta sit and wait for a breach to go until it doesn't. do here?
Alright.
Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload.
That was something. Where, but well, I know where. I don't really care enough to actually engage since they're just gonna respawn. Excuse me, I have to sneeze again. The urge is not passing. Oh no.
Here, catch us.
What are these? These nope, they're just props. A little bit of lighting wouldn't hurt to have in the level. There we go, that's where the sneeze was. What? A sniper?
Gotta reload. Take this med.
I had half a mind just to fucking set this shit to full
Cover
right.
me
This
while I
is
reload.
ridiculous.
Cover me
Can't
while I
see
reload. Like that. Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload.
Alright, I'm out of that.
Like that? That's fine. Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload. Here, take this med kit. Cover me while I reload.
Alright. Sorry, I'm going full right. I can't see anything at your fucking level.
Like that? Cover me while I reload. Cover me while I reload. One.
I think there's a sniper in there. No, there's not. No, there is. He can just shoot me through the floor. That's cool. Oh, I'm glad that finally opened. Fucking hell. Turning down the game volume since it's just non-stop music and shooting. Oh hey, I know this part. This is the combat simulation part. Ah, okay, so someone is spawning Combine soldiers
Take this med
to
kit.
hunt me down. And I am in the game. But the thing is, I'm just blindly pressing buttons. I don't see the way forward at all. Do I have to go back and fucking hunt them down, or do they come up here to me? Oh my god.
Combine.
Alright, well, I guess we're doing this shit again.
Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload. Like that? Gotta reload. Cover me while I reload. Cover me while I reload. Gotta reload.
Okay. I see. They are...
Here,
they're spawning with various tools and utilities, like more health and different proficiencies. Okay, so am I progressing now? Did I kill them all? What am I doing? I pressed the button. Unless it opened this door? It did. Okay, yeah, that would have been nice to know. Oof. Okay. Apparently shooting that. Shooting that's what spawns them. RPG is an interesting choice. I'm saving here because I don't trust the author to actually have an autosave at that point. This wouldn't even bother me that much if you just had like lighting in this room. Like why is it dark? Why is it not dark? Why is it nearly pitch black?
Cover me while I reload.
Like this is the main room of the entire level that you're going to be spending most of your time in fighting Combine. Why would you make this nearly pitch black?
Cover me while I
There's definitely a sniper there, but I can't kill it. I've tried. I cannot kill it.
Gotta reload. Cover me while I...
It's trying to shoot through. What? What the fuck? Is this not a static? No, these are dynamic props. Why are they dynamic props? They're not gonna... Why are these dynamic props? They're not gonna move! Are they physics props? Oh my god, they're physics props. That's incredible. That's terrific. Well, I have music is looping over itself. I went here, I went there. Get up there? How do I get up there? There's no way I have to get up there while also fighting a sniper. Are you shitting me? Well, I did. Oh no, there's one left. I thought I had to get up to the top there, but maybe that was just me going.
Hello, in this map, you're...
Nope. I'm not playing that again.
That... It was novel seeing the other level in there and playing through it in a different kind of way, but... It's hard for me to describe my experience with that level. Also, this doesn't go to the... Well, never mind. I disconnected. I didn't go to the map background. It just seemed very disrespectful of the player's time. It was just throw in a bunch of Combine soldiers, and if you kill any of them that's not a hit squad, you'll just fight more of them. They just kept coming. It made no difference whether you fought them or not.
You had to wait for a long bridge to cross, which there was hardly any feedback on knowing what was actually going on because I didn't know the way forward. The main combat space where you spent 80% of the level was in near pitch black and also exclusively long-range combat. So you could not see what you were fighting. Your flashlight only has so much range. You could not see what you were fighting. I get that the Combine soldiers had their own, like, utilities and stuff. That was, I mean, I guess that was kind of cool. It was a bit difficult to tell until, like, the third wave when they were actually, like, harder to kill. It was anticlimactic, too, because I expected to, like, break the system or to fight, like, whoever the controller was in the observation room. Adelina says S&D restart. Yeah, that's true. Salamander says, fun fact, dying just respawns you in that arena without resetting progress. Does it, like, respawn you with your ammo and stuff? I don't see it as necessarily a bad thing if you're just kind of, like, getting resuscitated mid-simulation or whatever. But if it respawns you with nothing and you have to collect more weapons, then that's kind of shitty. I think if you leaned more into making this tied with the other entry, I guess this was the same person, or maybe it was two different people who made them. If you leaned into, like, the back end of that, of, like, breaking, like, I don't know, something more meta as opposed to just kind of like you're now just a soldier fighting on the other side, and it all sucks. It all sucks to be you being that soldier fighting on the other side. It does give you some default weapons to start out with on respawn, according to Salamander. Well, that's good. The timer mechanic was a cool thing about, like, oh, enemies are going to get harder the longer the time goes up, but that just encourages the player to work faster. There's no actual benefit of taking your time in this level. It's not like you can get more prepared or grab more rewards because you're very railroaded on a primary path. In fact, the only real decision that you're making in this entire level is how long you want to wait around behind cover or waiting for a bridge to open or whatever to even, like, just deciding how long you want to wait versus how much you want to actually engage with. I don't know. I feel like I was being punished for playing the game in a way, with how redundant it was to kill an onslaught of enemies. There was no real rewards I was getting for moving faster or slower or being more thorough or less thorough. It was just kill enemies and find the button, find the needle in the haystack, find the button that opens up a random door somewhere else, and fumble around in the fucking dark for 20 minutes while doing so, while you're fighting and while you're pressing buttons that open arbitrary doors that are hidden away somewhere. It's hard to not see this as a bit of a troll map when you kind of add up all these behaviors together. I think there's a difference between being, like, eccentric and, like, a little quirky with your level, like, oh, this is a cute little thing, versus, like, actively being, like, hostile against the player in the fundamental design of your level. I feel like this was a very hostile designed level that, like, you don't want to be playing it. Heppel says, I can't really stick around to watch you play mine, but if you see this, can you put ent_fire HUD1 set FOV 75 in the console for me after spawning in? Sure thing, I'll do that just for you. And it is your next level, so I'm sorry you have to go, but there will be a VOD of this on YouTube later on, so you can check it out. With that in mind, I mean, like, man, EA, I've played your entries before. They're good. They have a lot of potential. I feel like this, if you made this first one, if this wasn't just a collaboration, but if you made this first one, this was really well done. And this other one missed the mark. I kind of expected more from you in that regard. You're kind of known for doing some really crazy batshit off the wall entries that don't make a lot of sense. I get that, but this one felt like it was trying to be something, but it was getting in the way of itself. I was being pulled in two different directions. If it was just one of those, like, abstract, trippy, nonsensical entries, I get it. I'd be a lot more lenient about it. But this entry was trying to be something, and I think it was fighting itself on that, which is where a lot of the frustration came from. I look forward to seeing more from you. I like the stuff that you do. I still remember your first couple entries. Those were incredible. I hope to see more. I hope to see like something revisited with that, and maybe going down a different avenue with it, and maybe some more adjustments on specifically like player direction and more attention to like just a lot of visibility and directional things, like where to go, what to do, where the enemies are, where I am in the space, what's going on. Enemies not just necessarily appearing, but like having a presentation, having an entrance, knowing what I'm supposed to be doing and where I'm supposed to be going, that type of thing. But I feel like I'm really laying into it, and I more than I should be. But I look forward to more from it. Revitalization by Hevel. We're getting close to the end of this competition. If you are still tuned into the stream, I still am keeping my word on that surprise at the end. I love the aliased pixelized style. Ooh. Oh, is this Clem's shader? Yeah, this is Clem's shader.
1612. Thank you for your enlistment in the Sire Core Shaft Revival Project. Please proceed to the training ground.
Right.
For further briefing.
There we go. I did the command. Balls revealed at the end, says Salamander. You know it, honey. Sweet cheeks. Training or the core shaft? The joke writes itself, but I'm going to try to take this a little serious.
For today, you will be reactivating critical infrastructure in the storage control sector to the north of the core shaft, as well as recycling scrap objects left behind. To facilitate your success, we are providing you with a modified gravity gun. Please pick it up now.
Nice. Would be cool to have subtitles. I'm glad that you distorted the voice enough to make it immersive, but you didn't distort the voice so that you can't understand what the fuck they're saying. I can still understand what you're saying, so that's a big thumbs up for me. Still, subtitles would be good because it's a little bit quiet sometimes. Salamander says this has got to be the only enshittification filter I've seen for Half-Life 2, which actually just looks good. Yeah, it's Clem's, I forget, it's like a bit crushed something or other shader. It's in the MapLab's resources channel. You can download it and use it. There's a whole instruction guide for it.
The gravity gun has been modified by partial removal and rerouting of the threshold limiting systems. This allows you to perform enhanced jumps by launching scrap objects at the same time as the jump. Please use this object.
Nice.
Well done.
This actually reminds me.
One object is directly known as the gravity gun. Please familiarize yourself with this before your descent.
This actually reminds me of a level I had planned with Salamander where we took these like scanners.
Infrastructure in the lower chambers uses standardized E55 high-capacity energy cells for backup power. You will be tasked with using these cells to reactivate parts of the storage control sector.
Cool.
Similar but lower capacity E22 energy cells can be used to power smaller infrastructure. You will be depositing objects into the bottom portion of the central cargo lift. Reactivation of the storage control sector will allow us to send down auxiliary cargo lifts. This concludes your scrap team onboarding. Please exit the train.
I don't think that says anything. Hey! Oh, okay. Nice. This reminds me of a level I had planned with Salamander for the relayout conf or whatever. Arctic says, maybe it's my HDR screen, but I'm straining my eyes to play this one. Salamander says, it's a little rougher when trying to do this trick jumping, but it looks really good on the passive scenic shots. Nice. For eye strain, I mean. B Fakin says, I've not played this comp yet and might be getting mulched by video compression, but yeah, some parts are a little strange to look at. Neat, though. Salamander says, yeah, this is getting a bit rated pretty badly. Arctic says, yeah, I agree. It looks fine on my screen, but yeah, I can imagine all these individual pixels are making it a little worse for wear on y'all. I wonder if there's a way to disable the and fire. What would this be? ENV screen overlay disable? No. Stop overlays? Yeah. I will not take points off for the whatchamacallit, the fucking visuals for this, but just for the sake of making this. Someone says, I keep the filter on for your playthrough through. It's a pretty transformative for the look. Okay. Okay, we'll just take it off every once in a while, I guess. Maybe for, like, the dark areas it's not too bad, because you don't have, like, the full scene being rendered, but... Wow. Yeah. So sorry for the bit rate on this. This is gonna be a bit nasty. I want to go back here because I saw that one item on the shelf. But yeah, I was making an entry with Sal where we would take these, like, combine scanners, and then their explosions would create a physics impulse that would launch the player up, and we had, like, a... I think that was planned to be a wasteland, like, almost like a back cut level. That was close. Alright. Try to keep the movement to a minimum. Helps with the bitrate, probably. Alright. Now's where you probably would want some captions, because, Adelina says, is my chat broken, or are you streaming on other platforms? There's no links in your about for YouTube, etc. I probably didn't put a YouTube link in it, but, I'm sure somebody can drop the link of my YouTube in the chat. That's where all the VODs go. Oh boy, I gotta read all this. It's actually easier for me to read this on my stream preview. Bring extra energy cells in case you find... No, you. God, wow, I'm getting pulled in a bunch of different directions. Yeah, Salamander says, I believe it was even called Backcut Nitro and Dev, yeah. We were, like, deciding on what we wanted it to be, and it was Wasteland, and we wanted it to be somewhere between Backcut and, remember Dustline, Sal? the curse that follows you to the grave. Yeah. Deposit. Lovely. If I had that crate with me, I probably would. Ooh, scrap. This is probably scrap. Nice. Salmon just says, I don't. Remind me. I think you do. I don't think you need reminders. Oh. Beef Bacon says, oh, Backcut, I remember that one. That was great. Yeah, I made the first one with 1UpD, and then I made the second one solo, and I did a mega crunch to try to get that in, because that was for a test tube. I don't know how I ended up doing it. That's still one of my favorite entries to date that I've made, rather. What is that? Is that a button? I think that's a button. I hope there's like a deposit chute in here somewhere. I really don't want to walk... Okay, there. Okay. I really don't want to walk back and deposit every individual barrel from here to fucking the other place. Oh my god, there's so much shit here. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna load all aboard. I don't even know if the blue barrels are accepted. Maybe it's just the metal. I'm inclined to believe maybe it is just the metal parts because that constitutes scrap and the barrels are just there for obstruction. There's a crate. I bet this is doing wonders on the bit rate. I can almost see what's going on, probably. I'm just loading up the elevator with a bunch of shit, which is requiring a lot of severe mouse movements. Beef Bacon says, was that second one the one with the Jeep boss fight at the end? Yes, yes it was. Oh, yeah, there's the lift, so I can just take that back. But I still want to see if I can get up here. Oh. It's being a bit, tough to get up here, but I think I can. No? I'm having a hard time getting up to the top. Ooh, wait. Maybe the... I see. The lift takes you from... Why would the lift... Oh, the lift would only take you halfway because of the... Gotcha. The lift would only take you halfway so you can deposit the materials. But you can decide to go to the top floor as well, which is what I was trying to do. Salamander says, hey man, you got the cool elevator descent. You can turn it off now if you want. Yeah. I'll turn it off just for this room. Recover some bit rate. Oh yeah, this is all delicious, delicious scrap that's going into my yummy, yummy elevator. I think I'm just going to take the metal parts because I believe the wooden parts are going to be too big or will break. Anything hiding over here? No? V Bacon says that Jeep fight was so cool, I've been wanting to do something with vehicles, but never got around to it. Maybe next comp if it's suitable. Vehicles are difficult because... Oh, this is really well lit, so I can probably just... Yeah, it's not going to make much of a difference. Vehicles are difficult because they don't actively... They don't do a good job of following or tracing a player, but rather they... They do like a checkpoint of where the player or the target is, and then they follow it after the fact. So it took a lot of logic trying to get the boss fight to realistically compete with the player. Mostly because I'm going to be delivering these props for quota right now, so I'm going to yap a lot. Pardon me. Oh, well, I think half of the shit I sent. Surely there's another deposit section. Well, I'm not seeing one. I had to, like, have it target the player every once in a while, and then after that, like, every like 30 seconds or so, it would do like a little circle around the arena just to shake things up. The only reason that combat even worked so well was because the Jeep was tuned so that it had just ridiculous acceleration and handling. And Fine, I'll fucking do it the hard way. God damn it. The Jeep had some crazy acceleration, so it was kind of like unpredictable and whipping around a lot. But the other thing about that was that the player was also running frantically around the arena to grab explosive barrels to fight the thing, so there was just a lot of movement involved, which kept it dynamic. But if you wanted to do something like a car chase, it's actually really annoying to do because the vehicle just cannot update properly. And the solution, you might be thinking, is like, oh, well, what if I just keep updating its target every 1.5 seconds? Sure, you can do that, but it's going to it's gonna like slam on the brakes every time it gets updated with a new target. Heppel says, spoiler, but there are other deposits they need power first. Managed to finish what I had to do, so I got a little free time to watch. Welcome back. I don't mean to disrespect you by having the overlay turned off. It is a beautiful overlay, and it works lovely for me. However, unfortunately, it is killing the bitrate on the stream. So, I'm sure you'd rather it be watchable than whatever. I'll probably do another playthrough of this on my own time with the overlay on, but don't worry, I'm not gonna be like, well, these textures don't look great. I know it was made with the overlay in mind, so I'm not gonna judge against that. I think it looks beautiful. It'll be judged accordingly with the overlay on for the intended experience. I'm just kind of gauging the gameplay and making sure that it's visible, especially like years down the line when you're like, oh, I wonder how that playthrough went. If the bitrate sucks and you can't see anything, it's gonna be a little bit disappointing. Beef Bacon says, I'll have to decompile it to see what you did. I like the idea of having a big episode 2 finale style defense mission with a friendly buggy driving around, adding to the chaos. Yes, if you go to my YouTube channel, I have a like 2-hour developer commentary that goes into detail about it as well, if you need further context on what I did for the level, especially for the end. There's a lot of crazy stuff involved, like making a custom hitbox for the buggy and stuff. Heppel says, no, I completely understand turning the overlay off. I might avoid it for the future since it's kind of controversial. I don't think you have to avoid it for the future. If you like that and it fits your style, it fits this style. It looks great in this style with the industrial kind of like indie horror kind of style. I think it's great. I think you should keep it. I don't care what other people think. Salman says, I think it looked amazing when you weren't demanding navigation from the player in the elevator, i.e. the elevator descent. Salman just says, made some cool patterns out of the big walls. Yes, it does. Actually, here, if I'll bind T, and fire env screen overlay, start overlays, stop overlays. I think that's how you do it. No. And fire env screen overlay stop overlays. I think that's no. Maybe I separate them. God, how do I do a toggle again? Decade-long source modder forgets how to make a basic toggle console command. Oh man. How do you do that? I'm gonna Google it right quick. Oh, is it bind toggle T? Unbind T, bind toggle T, and oh, this is a CVAR, so I don't know if that's gonna work because this is a specific command. No, it wouldn't work. Aliases. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, let's stop the aliases. I'll just do T and Y to turn it on and off. Actually, bind C, unbind C, bind V, unbind V, bind C, and fire ENV. Bind V. Okay, I hacked it together. I'm not gonna overthink it. I'll just do one to start, one to stop. There we go. C and V, C and V, C and V. Nice. Heppel and Beef are chatting about working off of Beef's older map to figure out how to get the shader working. So I suppose this is the map. This is where we're at right now. There's the repair shaft, though it's not particularly... I wouldn't say it's not helpful, but it only covers a fraction. Unless maybe it is top-down and I'm misreading it, but... Yeah, it's just so much more moody with the shader on. There appears to be another shaft there, and then that'll take us back. So I do suppose the way forward is through this storage sector that I've been kind of just dumping a bunch of scrap through. Take this with me just in case. I'm curious if there's anything hidden above these. Nope. I see something down there, though. Goodies. Which would be near impossible to distinguish with the shader on, so maybe I am cheating a little bit here. I need some more yellow cores to leave this room. There's a yellow core right there. Work our way down. Nice. Getting back up is another ordeal, and I missed that green thing, but I probably will find a way back up there again. I can probably launch myself up. I'm going to try to do that to get to the green thingamajig. I like how open-ended this specific room is, because I can just grab a lot of stuff from above and below me to do the things that I'm looking for. Let's put that down there. Let's prop this up so I don't have to have any future problems with accessing this ladder. And then I can probably make my way up to that. Oh, what am I doing? I can just do this, and then... Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, I swung my mouse around something fierce. Challenging platforming. I like it. Ah! We're good. I've given up on that. I'll just take the long way around. Oh, deposit! I have to restore the power to 2 storage controls and 2 2 separate exhaust systems, and then... See if there's anything on the wings. Aha! That was the wing that's wrapped around. Okay, so I should grab a crate, go up on top of the tunnel, and then wrap around the wing. Come here. Jolly good show. I wonder how much this is worth. Let me try not to break it. Oh, there's some more stuff on top of the other bridge as well. Oh. Let's put you right there for now. My potion! Hethel says the map is a lot more open-ended than you're imagining, I think. Oh yeah, I know I can double back, because I've seen that, like going up there, there's like a catwalk I can go back, so I know I can come back to these rooms in multiple ways. Bet this is worth a pretty penny. So I'm probably gonna have to, yeah, probably gonna have to find a way to power this one up. But I don't quite know how I'm going to do that yet, so I'm just going to leave stuff there for the time being and dig deeper into the facility to hopefully find a solution to that. Feels good. Feels good, man. Let's drop these bad boys down. Can't drop all of that down. I like the doubling back for materials. That's very well considered. And I'll put you like right here in case I need you from above or below. Arrows guide thee. Beef Bacon says I'm a little disappointed and I wasn't able to finish my submission for this comp. Looks like a really good one. Even now I still have a cough. I'll see if I can manage for the next time though, whenever that is. Mega Mania 2, baby! How's that look on the, Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that looks, fucking delicious. Yeah. Oh yeah. Doink. There's more stuff above, but I'm finding it rather difficult to go above. Oh, it's low gravity. That makes things a little bit easier. Thank you, fan. Shit. Shit. Come here. Come here, please. Come here! Come here! If I... Oh! Hey, come on! Come on! Shit. Oh, I suppose there was things above, wasn't there? Oh, this isn't good. Press R for objective, Cell says. Yeah, forgot about that. Why are you so weak? Oh my god. The pull is so weak here. Thank you. Good fucking lord. I actually have to save because I only have a limited amount of tries here. Yep. terrible at this. It just, I guess the launch seems inconsistent to me, is my main... I'm also hitting my head on the ceiling, that doesn't help. There we go. Whew, fucking barely. I hate save scumming, but... Oh, damn. There we go. What if I block the door? Aha! Okay, so I could go up even further, or I could go down to grab scrap. I should probably be knocking a lot of this scrap down to somewhere more accessible, but... Is it based off of the mass? No, I just have to, I can launch it in any direction and I go up. Okay, okay, okay. I'm starting to understand the mechanic now. I feel like I've reached the top of the level. Oh! I did it. I did the storage thing. And this just takes me back here. Okay, so I should just be knocking a whole bunch of shit down from the top. Applefat says you don't need to actually flick to launch at all, though I know there's some jank with how the props collide, so maybe it's helpful. I wish I could have fixed that collision jank. Yeah, I think it's more so for the bulkier props, like the blue barrels. They seem to be insistent on demanding my attention. Or... That feels good. It feels good just... Oh, yeah, dude. Just like clearing the shelves of props. That's fucking... Oh, that, I don't know why that feels so good. Hope I don't need to come back here because I'm kind of ruining my chances of making an adequate return. Suppose I could have used that. Aha! Wait, no, I haven't been here before. Have I? No, I have. There's a bunch of barrels and shit scattered around. There's no way I'm gonna be depositing all of these scrap things. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me! Yeah, eat it up. What a fool I was. Ooh. This might be worth something good. Oh yeah, that was worth nearly 100 units right there. Oh. Thanks. I like that crushed... That looks nice. I know it's probably just like displacements, but that looks good. Okay, I think I'm just about set. I don't really need 1,000 units here. Besides, I don't think I could even access that amount here. Or I could definitely access that amount here, but... Ooh, goody. Goody, goody, goody. Ooh. No, 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 no. Yes, 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 yes. I think I'm in the second chamber, yeah, because a lot of these doors are
sealed. Shit. Don't you dare. How much this is going to be worth. Damn it! No, it still counted. Oh, that's about 100. Alright, well, I hit my storage quota, so I don't have to worry about junk anymore. I've been here already. I need to turn on another exhaust system, so I think I should go back down and retrace my steps. This does not go down all the way. Let's see if I can... I kind of broke my fall with that. That was cool. Ooh. Ah. There we go. Yeah.
All staff. Unit HE1612 has completed all objectives. Prepare stasis pod immediately. Unit HE1612. Return to the core shaft immediately.
I want to put more scrap in! Beautiful level. Really straightforward too. I was expecting it to sprawl more, but it was very vertical, which I really like. It's kind of hard to keep like a good vertical discipline. Does that make sense? Oh. Yeah. Unsurprising it was inspired by White Knuckle. Yeah, that was great. That was great. The quota was just enough to make me feel like I was going out of my way, but it never felt like a chore. I think it was the perfect number. Ample supplies everywhere. The multiple deposit points really helped as well. I got no changes for that. I mean, it was beautiful. I'll have to go back through on a lower on a lower bit rate with the overlay on. But that was spectacular. I mean, I think it could have used a little bit more atmospheric music or not even atmospheric music, maybe like the occasional music stinger or whatever, but like more so. Oh my god, this fucking Steam is killing me. I think it could use, I mean, aside from subtitles on the robot voice, it was easy to understand him in the training, but when you're like walking around and making a bunch of noise, it can get a little hard to hear with the distortion and it being a little quieter. And I think just more like machinery humming and chasm stuff, like, you know, rock slides, that type of the groan of machinery, and maybe a little bit of interactivity with how decrepit the facility has become in certain parts. Maybe certain catwalks would creak. They wouldn't necessarily break under your weight, but maybe they might like shift a little bit or something on it to keep the environment a little dynamic in the non-climbing sections. I think the main chambers with the exhaust are great for climbing, and very, very I wouldn't say complex, but intertwined isn't the right word either. There's just a lot of paths that wrap around it, and there's a lot of different ways to tackle it. I think for like the catwalks, you could do some more semi-scripted set pieces because the player is kind of stuck in this like one corridor, and it's like a main avenue of transportation from one hub to another. But yeah, cool. I like it. I assume that different materials offer different scrap value. Like something more complex, like a ham radio, is going to be worth more scrap than a plastic basket. Heppel says, "I'm expecting this map to be really controversial among everyone." I'm not. I mean, when Map Labs first came out, it was a response to RTSL kind of coming to a close, and RTSL was more known for traditional Half-Life 2 style maps, very by the book, like could be easily in universe, and there's a place for that. But it was not very well known for abstract maps or ones that kind of broke the traditional convention of that thesis. And Map Labs just came in swinging hard with all these completely out of universe entries. So I think it's actually right at home in Map Labs. Like others are saying in the chat, top priority is to have fun and make something you want to make the best you can make it. If other people vibe with it too, then it's a bonus. Very much subscribe to the idea that if you're making something that pleases everyone, it might not necessarily please nobody, but it's not going to be special in any way. It's a design in any form. It's interesting. I'm gonna go off on a tangent before this last entry, and I'm so sorry to Cvox for this, because I'm gonna go on like a 5-minute tangent. I'm a professional graphic designer, so what I do by nature is making like art that is infused with design. It's supposed to communicate an idea. It's commercialized. I'm not being fucking Banksy over here making some kind of abstract, deep meaning art. I'm making, something that's trying to sell something to somebody or be aware of a movement. So design is a science, but it is also an art. There's like ways to do design by the book, and this carries over to level design. There's ways you can make a combat scenario that's by the book, and it hits all the right marks, but it doesn't do anything unique. There's no like gimmick to it. There's no personal flair to it. So it's just more, it's not noise, but it's unremarkable. When you start throwing in these little spices to the mix that you're worried might be controversial, that's where you find the fun. That's where it starts to stand out. That's where you learn something and grow as a creative or a designer or whatever you want to call yourself. It's this experimentation that makes things good. So yeah, keep doing crazy shit. I encourage that for everyone. Keep doing crazy shit. There's always a time and a place to do something pretty standard and play it safe, but if you're doing that for everything, you're selling yourself short. So keep doing crazy shit and keep making things that people want to talk about. Make it for you. Others get to decide whether they like it or not, but that doesn't matter. You're making it for you. Salmancer said, not to make this about me, but my favorite Half-Life 2 map to make was 50-50 between people loving it and fucking hating it. I think both sides are valid. Yeah, that seems to be the shared consensus. That's not the word. Sentiment for a lot of people when they make their favorite something or other. There's always going to be something someone's going to complain about or not like, and there's also going to be things that very thing is something that someone else likes. So it was fun to making people that liked it. It was for me and them. Yeah, making more out there entries is always fun. It's nice to dial it back in and make something more formulaic to Half-Life 2, because you can polish it, you can make it good, you can throw in a spice to Half-Life 2. But you can also make something that's has nothing to do with Half-Life 2 and completely just a total conversion, right? But that's my rant over. Finally, the last one. I've heard mixed things about this, the Deep Afar. So I'm excited to actually play this.
Oh, we are picking up from the other. Okay, I know where we're at. We're picking up from the other thing. Well, this coincided very well. This was from, what was it? I think it was it Halloween Horror? Was the last one of this? Was it called Scorn? Is that the source material? Or the inspiration, rather, not necessarily the source material. Nice. So another interesting thing I'm pointing out for like beginner designers is this platform is not necessary at all. You could have easily just made the tram stop here, and then yeah, cool, whatever. But you don't get the view. The entire purpose of this platform is the designers gratifying themselves and patting themselves on the back on what a good job they made making this beautiful 3D space. And you are sitting at the little fucking like roadside vista viewpoint off the highway where you kind of pull off and kind of gawk at like the beautiful lake and mountains in the distance where they made a clearing, because this is like the most aesthetically perfect point to be admiring this space. I love it. And I remember this architecture. I think this is a mix of Scorn and there's like this one artist that does these like mega pseudo organic architectures. They look like hollowed out skin. They did like a cathedral. Look, that's what it reminds me of. I forget the name of the artist. He does a lot of paintings. I'm sure many of you in chat are aware. Little mound with some like weird like cable stalactites emerging from it. Even this like background shit that's just the silhouette against the fog, it's so subtle. And there's like a stillness in the fog too. It's probably just a sprite, but it creates a better sense of depth from just having the planar fog. Even these like pipes and this like weird like tongue sewer thing hanging out, like this is all just backdrop, but it's just a nice, well thought out form to give the illusion of more detail. This fog value with the rolling cloud texture and the skybox reminds me of like mid PS3 era titles, like Dark Souls a little bit. I like it. Wow. It is a little quiet. It is a bit stock. Ooh. Scratch what I said there. My membrane bridge. Ooh. Shiver me timbers, matey. Yeah, having the non-standard sounds, because I do hear like the rocks and stuff. I hear the wind and shit from it, and I hear the concrete underneath my feet. It would be nice to hear like as if I'm like stepping on like a pile of bones, and like the wind is different sounding. Maybe there's like sulfur in the air. I know that's like a smell, but you can kind of hear the like crackliness of it. Maybe something that seems that the sound matching the alien nature of the visuals. That is beautiful. Tasteful use of specular as well. I noticed it a little bit, I think back there. I think that's some specular, yeah. It just shines like obsidian. It's beautiful. The very sad Polish artist, Salamancer says, yeah, him. Hey! Oh, sorry. There's one of these dust motes showed up on my screen. I thought it was like a hint. You might not even see. Beef Bacon says, these are Macon textures. I don't remember the name of the artist. Yeah, something Polish. Yeah. Salamancer says it combines the letter M and Z in a way that doesn't fly in any other language. Oh, shit. I wasn't looking at that. We're back at the flesh gun. Creepy. Am I supposed to? I hope that I'm supposed to see, or not, I'm supposed to not see my crosshair or HUD or whatever. I don't think I have a suit. Man, look at those like little subtle details of the. I can't zoom in, but just those particles of the like flakes of their skin withering away in the sun. It's the small things that count, that make that kind of whisk you away to a completely different world. And even the buildings are eroding away. Maybe this whole structure is withering away in the sunlight. I think I'm supposed to just push all these in. Oh! Oh, wait. No, I don't think I'm supposed to. Oh, I think I have to do it on both sides. Oh. Curious. So I only have to do some of them. I think. Let me get my bearings on this puzzle. I know these puzzles were always meant to be a bit abstract. Does it matter if I push one or the other? Aha. Maybe I just have to only press in these four. These bottom two and these top ones. So this would be... Okay. If we're looking at this at 12 o'clock and we're going to reverse it, we're going to have to do... Well, actually, I guess we just do cardinal directions. So we only have to push in northwest, west, south, and southeast. Was it north? It was the northernmost one? No, this is not the northernmost one. It was west. There we go. Splendid! That was the first time I thought in years.
Beef Bacon says, I wish there was more off in the far distance, more weird towers and spires barely visible through the fog. Nitpicking, though. I agree. It does feel like... Well, I mean, with the clouds, it kind of makes me feel like we're on, like, a tower, but I do agree with the sentiment of, like, utilizing the 3D skybox more, at least for, like, something on the horizon. Maybe akin to Dark Souls when you're looking out over the Undead Berg next to Solaire. Just seeing just rolling hills and clouds and stuff. Or maybe even, like, harsher architecture overhead. Sal says, that took me so much longer, the brain on this lad. Well, if Americans are good at one thing, it's identifying abstract eldritch flesh puzzles. We got that shit down. We can't count. We measure in gallons and feet and miles, but we got the flesh puzzles down. So, look out. we got the important shit covered. This is incredible. Wow. I like the shelving between. Clearly this section broke off. Wow. I have a gun. I haven't had a use for it yet. Hope this doesn't kill me. I spoke too soon. Why are they fat? Ow! They're bloated. Ooh! That's their spit holes. Oh, that's nasty. My comical screw. Beef Bacon says, "This is so cool, I could never do level geometry like this. I'm just a little grid baby." I'm curious how much of this is models and how much of it is brushwork, because like the trim of this and like the lack of like shadows on it make me think that the walls are models and only really like the floor maybe. Like I feel like these were like pre-built in like Blender or something, and a lot of like the flooring, just for good shadows, the flooring is, you know, that. It's not the first time I've heard of a player who there we go, or not a player, a source modder who primarily used models for their level. I'm all fleshed out. I love the, because we're on a second map already, and we're still coming up with like interesting puzzle designs. Oh, that was actually one of the more straightforward ones. Excuse me, coming through. Here we are in beautiful Manhattan, New York. Subway system. There's our rat. We have our... Oh. I picked up... No, I think... No, we have a HUD. I picked up a weapon, but I didn't... So, draw HUD is on, but I picked up a weapon, but I can't switch my weapon off of the pistol. Great, makes me nervous. This is insane. I don't even have any words, it's just spot on. I'm glad you keep reusing this sector, because this is a really interesting and fun part of the megastructure. Hey, we were just up there. That beautiful subtle light glow from a distance. Oh, complements the volumetrics so well. Go that way or this way? dead end. This is a hell of an entry to end the challenge on. See if there's any goodies over here before we go to the obvious path. Peril. Wow. It's weirdly, like, relaxing in a way. I'm sure that's not the first word you would use to describe it, but the atmosphere here just is a little soothing. Like, the walk speed is nice, the pacing between combat encounters are nice, the path is not too treacherous. That's everything. That's not everything? What? I think maybe I was meant to keep my hands and feet inside the ride at all times. Maybe I shouldn't look out over the edge. Maybe I should just, like, be perfectly center in the elevator. Okay. That was a level. I thought that was a level transition at first. I was like, holy shit. Incredible. Incredible. Wow. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Beef Bacon. I saw you on my feed. I'm still new to this OBS plugin bullshit. I feel like a boomer with an iPhone. Wow, what a challenge. Those Those mega structures were great. My only gripe is that fucking Steam sound effect playing every time I go back to the main menu, but great work across the board. So many creative ideas, so many different backgrounds and approaches and concepts. I didn't know what to expect, but everything was just so unique. Everything was so unique. Every single entry. From fucking castles to Arctic SCP facilities to fucking Marathon 2, but better. To Scorn. To being a tiny person and just the regular world is your megastructure. So many creative ideas. Great stuff across the board. Wow. That was crazy. Well, as promised, I suppose it's time for the little surprise. So, here we go.